Chapter 981. But Senior said the 9 cauldrons are a single entity. If we attack the Mist Province cauldron, won't the other cauldrons react? Little and noticed the problem. Exactly. In particular, the Dragon Province cauldron is the leader of the 9 cauldrons, so it will suppress the other 8 cauldrons. Normally, destroying one cauldron is equivalent to destroying all 9 cauldrons. However, I can temporarily cut off the connection between the Mist Province cauldron and the other cauldrons. The Banyan Tree King smiled. After all, forging the 9 cauldrons was my suggestion in the first place. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at one another. This plan sure was far-reaching. All right, then allow me to assist you. Li Qingshan was about to take a step forward. Hold on. I've already waited for several millennia, so there's no need for me to be in such a hurry. This matter needs to be completed in one go. You've just gone through a great battle, so your vitality still hasn't completely recovered. You might as well rest for a few more days and recover to peak condition. The Banyan Tree King suddenly sighed. His eyes were rather worried. I also have some matters that I need to deal with on my end. Yeah, fair enough. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen the Banyan Tree King react like that. He had no idea what matters he had yet to deal with after preparing for several millennia. However, it was inappropriate for him to ask. If there's anything I can help you with, feel free to ask. The Banyan Tree King nodded and recovered his composure. Take these spiritual stones for now. When Li Qingshan heard spiritual stones, he did not pay too much attention to them. He had seen plenty of spiritual stones, and they were basically worthless to him now. He even found it strange why the Banyan Tree King had suddenly become so stingy. Only when a few spiritual stones landed in his hand did he become surprised. The spiritual stones all gave off a faint, green mist. They did not seem particularly special, but the spiritual energy they contained was tremendous and pure, enough to rival the demon heart of a demon king and the sarira of a monk king. Refining demon hearts and relics was an extremely troublesome matter. It was inevitable that there would be many negative effects, and even inner demons would be born. However, these spirit stones did not have these problems at all. Li Qingshan tried to probe them with his divine sense and found that these spirit stones did not stop there. They also contained a trace of the mysterious laws of heaven and earth. If he could refine and absorb them, he would definitely gain endless benefits. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Is there anything else? Don't be greedy, kid. These spiritual stones didn't form naturally. They all come from the Mist Province cauldron. Over the past several thousand years, only a few have condensed. Go! The Banyan Tree King waved his hand with a smile. Li Qingshan put away the spirit stones and casually cupped his fists. His figure distorted and disappeared. Only the Banyan Tree King remained in the empty tree hole. He turned around and gazed at the Mist Province cauldron before suddenly letting out a long sigh. Why aren't you coming out yet? I'm the problem you want to deal with, right? Madame Ting's lingering voice rang out in the Banyan Tree King's ears. Her arms wrapped around him naturally, and the tips of her fingers gently touched his furrowed brows. Do you really have to sigh like that? Once I refine the Mist Province cauldron, I'll assist you in ascending with everything I have, said the Banyan Tree King. No. We'll ascend together. Madame Tung wrapped herself even tighter around him. Stop pestering me. This won't benefit you at all. We'll part ways one day. The Banyan Tree King patted her back. No, we'll ascend together. Madame Ting repeated stubbornly before pleading again. Old man, I'm begging you, all right? Sigh, you're still too young. The Banyan Tree King closed his eyes gently. In a daze, he saw the scene from 5,000 years ago when the valiant king of the 9 provinces gave him a tiny, wilted, golden vine as a gift. This sun vine is a natural variant. It doesn't belong to this world in the first place. If even you aren't willing to take it in, there won't be a place for it in the 9 provinces anymore, said the Lord of the world. If regular trees were entangled by the sun vines, they would wither and die in a few days. Only relatively powerful grass elves could endure their entanglement. However, as long as they possessed some intelligence, who would be willing to let them entangle themselves? They would definitely eliminate them as soon as possible. As a result, the Banyan Tree King allowed it to cling to him. Many other folk and demons under his command wanted to kill it, but he stopped them all. I can let it share some of the dew with me, and it won't harm me at all. Why must I kill it? She did not let down his benevolence, constantly absorbing the tree sap and strengthening day by day. In less than 300 years, she underwent the heavenly tribulation and became a demon general, becoming a demon king 800 years ago. To demons, this cultivation speed was startlingly fast, let alone the fact that she was a plant demon who cultivated the slowest. Apart from her natural talent, the banyan tree king's sacrifice played a crucial role. He allowed her to absorb the tree sap day and night, guiding her carefully from the moment she gained intelligence. It was no less than what the divine wudong tree had invested into the little phoenix. His uncomplaining efforts were rewarded as well. She became the final and strongest barrier of Towering City. Although it had only been 500 years since she underwent the third heavenly tribulation, her strength far surpassed regular demon kings. And, under her intentional control, it was no longer a one-sided devouring. Instead, it assisted his cultivation, forming a harmonious symbiosis. This was another victory for the banyan tree king in upholding his principles. The other folk and demons who wanted to kill her all admired his wisdom and breadth of mind. However, even with his wisdom, it was impossible for him to calculate everything, especially when it came to sentient beings and the subtle changes in their emotions. Unknowingly, she began to address herself as his wife, causing everyone to call her Madame Teng. He had treated it as a joke, but he did not expect her obsession to be so strong. I don't live for benefits either. Madame Teng hugged the banyan tree king tightly, but her pursed lips revealed her stubborn determination. Li Qingshan and Little and had just been moved back to Towering City. They were about to walk around and take a good look around when thousands of sunvines that were as slender as snakes and as bright as gold swarmed in through the window. Madame Teng? Li Qingshan immediately pressed down on the hilt of his saber. From the first time he saw Madame Ting, he knew that he could not treat her as a regular demon king. Back in the Azura field, he felt it was dangerous even when facing a sunvine that did not possess any intelligence at all. Even the powerful Foundation establishment cultivators under Prince Xiqing were entangled to death, so Madame Tang's strength could be deduced. Although plant-type demons like her had the disadvantage of not being able to move freely, they were extremely powerful in their own territory. If it were not for the fact that he trusted the banyan tree king very much, he would not have come to Towering City at all. However, he did not have any relations with Madame Teng. The sunvines did not attack. Instead, they intertwined and formed a golden staircase. One of the vines even twisted into the word please. Li Qingshan and Little and exchanged glances and stepped onto the staircase. They arrived in the sky above Towering City. Countless golden vines quickly weaved into a golden building, and the golden staircase pointed towards it. The moment Li Qingshan stepped into the building, the door was closed. He cupped his hands and said, "Madame Ting, how may I help you?" "I wouldn't dare to help you, but I have something to ask of you. Although I don't think you can destroy the Mist Province Cauldron, please mind your own business." Madame Teng's voice echoed through the building. She called it a request, but it was very rude. Li Qingshan was never one to be provoked. Coupled with the fact that he was still tipsy, he laughed loudly and said, "I do have some confidence." "Ignorant child. You think you're helping him, but you're actually harming him?" Madame Teng said angrily. "Oh, what do you mean?" Li Qingshan asked curiously. "You're preventing him from ascending?" "He doesn't want to ascend either. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a cow. Instead of becoming the lackey of those demon gods after ascending, he'd rather be with the world and be the god of the 9 provinces. Don't listen to that old man's nonsense. Since ancient times, no one has ever succeeded in something like this. Do you know what the consequences are if you fail? In the ancient times, before the 9 cauldrons appeared, countless godly seals were scattered all over the world. There were people who dreamed of this and wantonly conquered and collected the godly seals. In the end, they were devoured by the godly seals, and their souls were destroyed, Madame Ting said. Li Qingshan believed her. Being the god of a mountain or a river and being the god of a prefecture were two completely different concepts. Just like how it was easy to rule a village or a town, it was impossible to rule a country without the corresponding strength to be a commoner. This was why there was the mountain god seal and the water god seal, but not the sea god seal. The sea was too vast, and there were countless mountain ranges at the bottom of the sea. It was not a place that ordinary demon kings could control. If they tried to forcefully condense the godly seal, they would only be throwing their lives away. However, the Banyan Tree King's ultimate goal was to encompass all of this and control all of the mountains and seas. It was indeed like a daydream. However, since the old man dares to do this, he must have a certain amount of confidence. Just because no one has ever done it doesn't mean it can't be done. The old man's wisdom is profound, and some people can't compare to him. Damn it! How dare you speak to me like this? Do you believe that I won't pester you to death? Every single sun vine in the building wriggled. Li Qingshan immediately felt his strength disperse uncontrollably. If it were not for the support of the strength of the earth, he probably would have run out of strength in no time. He immediately understood that she had already turned this extraordinary talent into an ability. It was truly terrifying. However, he was unfazed. He said proudly, "I don't believe it." In the end, Madame Tung could not lay her hands on the guest invited by the Banyan Tree King. She sighed and said, "You really don't understand. You've come to help him because he is the Banyan Tree King. If he succeeds, will he still be the same person?" Li Qingshan fell silent. He had discussed the will of the world with the Banyan Tree King many times, and they had many guesses. In particular, whether the so-called self existed in the world or not. Although he had once received an invitation from the Azura realm, he did not feel that he was speaking to the Azura realm. However, at the very least, one thing was certain. The will of the world was definitely different from the will of living beings. Therefore, after the Banyan Tree King succeeded, no one could say for sure what would happen to him. However, once he started on this path, there was no possibility of turning back. Do you understand now? I'm doing everything for his own good. Don't be a hindrance here. I will get him to give you the fruit of wisdom that he promised you. Go back to your Qingzhou. Madame Tung's voice turned gentle as she guided him patiently. The towering tree remained silent. It did not interrupt this conversation, as if it was waiting for his decision. Chapter 982. Li Qingshan wavered slightly after hearing Madame Ting's words. However, he asked himself, will I no longer be me once I reach beyond the 9 heavens? As a result, he no longer hesitated. Only people with unbelievable dreams would believe in another unbelievable dream. You don't care about his life or death at all, which is why you can say something like that. Madame Tung was furious. For a moment, killing intent permeated the air. Li Qingshan said, if you really care about him so much, you should be lending him a hand instead of obstructing him. Shut up. I'm doing this for our future. The sunvines twisted and danced like snakes, swarming over and wrapping around him. However, the spirit turtle's profound shell stopped them. I think you're doing this for your own future. Li Qingshan sneered. With a clang, he drew his blade. Little and gripped the hilt of his sword firmly. The Buddha slaying sword was rather effective against opponents with large bodies and great recovery. To Madame Ting, even if Li Qingshan cut through all the vines here, he would not be able to harm her at all. Meanwhile, the Buddha slaying sword only needed to cut through a single vine, and it would be enough to extend its body and harm her. However, Xiao An's emotions fluctuated in a peculiar manner, so she hesitated slightly with her strike. All right, stop messing around. At this moment, the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out. There was some helplessness in his voice, but it left no room for doubt. You only know how to side with outsiders. Madame Tung backed away reluctantly. Thank you for your trust. That's extremely precious to me. The Banyan Tree King said to Li Qingshan. You're welcome. I'm still hoping that you'll succeed and assist me in the future. Li Qingshan smiled. That day will definitely come. The two demon kings eagerly anticipated that day. Little and gazed at the sun vines wrapped tightly around the tree and sighed inside. When Li Qingshan returned to Towering Sky City, the originally tranquil and peaceful atmosphere changed. He keenly felt the omnipresent hostility and knew that Madame Ting hated him. He smiled and didn't take it seriously. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Li Qingshan had absorbed a spiritual stone from the Banyan Tree King, and his vitality had all recovered to peak condition. He stood before the Mist Province cauldron again. "Are you ready?" asked the Banyan Tree King. "All right. But is fellow Taoist really going to do that?" Li Qingshan asked. "It's not what I want, but I have no choice." The Banyan Tree King sighed. "All right then." Li Qingshan nodded and no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and stood before the Mist Province cauldron, but he did not strike immediately. Instead, he stared at the engravings on the cauldron deeply. Gradually, nothing else existed in his eyes. All that remained was the Mist Province cauldron. The endless sea of trees, mountains, and rivers all appeared before him. It was as if he was not facing a cauldron, but the Mist Province that spanned 100,000 kilometers. The tremendous pressure became more and more obvious. Before he had even struck, he felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. And behind the Mist Province was an even vaster world. That was the 9 provinces of the world, like they were a single entity. It was unshakable. It was definitely unshakable. Li Qingshan pursed his lips and clenched his fists, allowing the power of tremors to constantly gather around him. His body trembled slightly, but he still did not strike, as if he was waiting for something. The Banyan Tree King nodded in satisfaction. If he were a regular demon king, he definitely would not be able to endure such tremendous pressure. He would either directly retreat in defeat or strike out blindly. He probably would not even be able to leave a mark on the Mist Province cauldron. The Banyan Tree King spread his arms. At that moment, every single banyan tree in the sea of trees that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers trembled and swayed. The sound of water was deafening, surging like waves that approached from afar and gathered towards the Banyan Tree King. The aerial roots spread out madly, covering the walls of the tree hole densely. However, the aerial roots around the Mist Province cauldron rapidly receded, revealing the cauldron in its entirety. It glowed with magnificent light. "Seal." The Banyan Tree King spat out a single word quietly, and the light from the cauldron dimmed. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Like a flash of lightning, all of the illusions of mountains and rivers shattered. There was still the Mist Province cauldron before him, as if it had been isolated from the 9 provinces. The pressure it brought him immediately decreased. He punched out with both fists and bellowed out, "Boom!" Thunk! A great sound rang out like a great bell, reaching thousands of kilometers away. Under the night sky, Yueong stood high above the sea of trees. An inky, green pillar of light rushed into the air. It was even thicker and vaster than the Banyan Tree King's body, like a pillar that supported the heavens. With it as a foundation, a tremendous formation that enveloped tens of thousands of kilometers was activated. She frowned as if she was worried about something. She said with an almost indiscernible voice, "Don't." In the sea of trees, all the living beings either understood what was going on or were at a loss. They all gazed in the direction of towering city. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, the King of Southern Yu suddenly sensed something in the Silver Dragon King. He smiled. It's finally begun. The full-powered strike that Li Qingshan had prepared for a very long time only made the Mist Province cauldron tremble and leave behind 2 indiscernible imprints. There were a few cracks, but the moment he pulled his fist back, the cracks closed up. As it seemed, the Mist Province cauldron would be as good as new in the blink of an eye. However, the booms constantly echoed through the tree hole, slamming against his soul viciously like a series of questions, asking him why he was bold enough to offend the imperial authority of the heavens. "It really is tough." Li Qingshan laughed. If the Mist Province cauldron did not respond at all, it would instead be far too boring. Roar! A tiger's roar drowned out the booms. Li Qingshan's blood surged, and his skin became scarlet red. The inscription of a beast spread across his forehead, forming a king character, the tiger demon's fury. Thump! 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 The booms rang out endlessly, ringing through the surroundings. Li Qingshan's figure blurred, turning into a storm and bombarding the Mist Province cauldron furiously. In his fury, he still retained a sliver of clarity in his mind. The black specks on the cauldron healed much more slowly when they were damaged, as if they were the cauldron's lifeline. Apart from the initial probing, his punches had all landed on the black specks. The imprints constantly caved in, and the cracks rapidly spread until they became a crack. Suddenly, a streak of rainbow light shot out. "Nice," the Banyan Tree King praised. He also used his full strength. Not only did he seal up the Mist Province cauldron, but he also mobilized transparent, jade-green aerial roots that wrapped around Li Qingshan's legs, channeling tremendous amounts of spiritual energy into his body. The tiger demon's fury was powerful, but it also placed a great burden on Li Qingshan. It could be said that if he wanted to injure his enemy, he would injure himself first. He could not maintain it for too long. However, with the Banyan Tree King's full support, the various negative effects were suppressed to the limit, allowing him to unleash his destructive power to his heart's content without any worries. Streaks of rainbow light shot out, and more cracks appeared on the Mist Province cauldron. At this moment, Madame Tung suddenly appeared in the tree hole. She was extremely stern. She had never expected Li Qingshan to actually possess such strength. She bit her lip and shot a vicious glance at the Banyan Tree King before making her way towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan seemed to be completely submerged in the pleasure of destroying the Mist Province cauldron. His back was completely unguarded. "Don't do anything stupid." The Banyan Tree King frowned. His voice was solemn and loud, as dignified as a god's. Madame Tung was immediately restrained, immobilized. However, she said disdainfully, "Humph. Damned old man, I might not be as clever as you, but you can't stop me either. Just obediently undergo the heavenly tribulation and ascend with me." She raised her right arm high into the air, and the sun vines around the great banyan tree suddenly tightened. A streak of golden light twisted and coiled around the great banyan tree, wrapping around the dark green light. The light immediately began to fade, while the golden light rapidly strengthened. Li Qingshan immediately felt the pressure from the Mist Province cauldron increase drastically. Even the cracks showed signs of closing up, so he gritted his teeth and continued his assault. If the Banyan Tree King were restrained, he would not be able to destroy the Mist Province cauldron alone. Why must you do this? Seeing how the plans of half his life were about to come to nothing, the Banyan Tree King let out a sigh and closed his eyes gently. "Old man, I've let you down, but I will be with you forever. I'll make it up to you tenfold, 100-fold. Please forgive me." Madame Tang's voice came to a halt, and she vomited a mouthful of golden blood. A shiny, white blade protruded from her chest. Little and stood behind Madame Ting, gripping the hilt of his sword with one hand as his white clothes drifted about. The golden light around the pillar of light immediately collapsed. Even the huge sunvines that resembled golden dragons began to wither at a visible rate. Yi Weiying stared at this and smiled bitterly. At the very least, she should be glad that she did not have to do anything herself. Li Qingshan glanced around from the corner of his eye before continuing to destroy the Mist Province cauldron. Everything was going according to plan. The aura of death constantly spread, dyeing Madame Ting's face with a layer of grayish-white. She stared straight at the Banyan Tree King and asked in disbelief, "You really want me dead?" "I'm sorry, but I really can't think of any other way to stop you." The Banyan Tree King seemed to age a lot in that instant. His voice was particularly deep and ancient, but his eyes remained as determined as ever. He could not compromise with everything. "Fine then." Madame Tung lowered her head powerlessly. The sunflower in her hair immediately wilted. She murmured to herself, "What are these 5,000 years?" Little and drew the Buddha slaying sword, and pale white flames rapidly swallowed Madame Tung. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan. The dazzling rainbow light coated him with a resplendent ring of light. After who knew how long, Li Qingshan threw a punch into the Mist Province cauldron. Time seemed to freeze for a split second as thousands of colors erupted and flowed before him. Only then did he realize that the Mist Province cauldron had already shattered. Li Qingshan widened his eyes and saw a green heart in the shattered Mist Province cauldron. He came to a realization that this was the Banyan Tree King's demon core, and the tree hole happened to be where the heart of the Banyan Tree King resided. The heart of the tree absorbed the thousands of colors and suddenly shone with countless streaks of light. As a matter of fact, it even pierced through the thick tree trunk and produced a beautiful glow in the night sky, vaguely displaying the various sights of the Mist Province. In the end, it condensed into a map of the Mist Province, hovering in the air. The Banyan Tree King stood there without moving. Only the color of his eyes constantly changed. Li Qingshan frowned. Originally, the Banyan Tree King was the tranquility of a tree. Within the tranquility, he radiated with benevolence and life. Now, he was the tranquility of the sky, with a hint of emptiness within the tranquility. He viewed everything as nothing. Chapter 983. Success or failure all depended on this. At this moment, the Banyan Tree King's tremendous numbers came into play. Every single great banyan tree seemed to be an independent entity, yet they were also connected together through their countless roots. Tremendous amounts of information flowed through them. All of a sudden, each of the great banyan trees glowed with a colorful brilliance, and the vast forest turned into a beautiful sea of light. The demons and other folk who lived there all looked around in surprise. Then they saw the map of the Mist Province hanging high in the night sky slowly descend, growing closer and closer and becoming larger and larger. When they raised their heads, they could clearly see the countless mountains and rivers as if they were tangible. It was like the end of the world had arrived. Cries rose and fell in the sea of trees. Yi Weiang stood in the sea of trees and gazed at the descending Mist Province. She smiled. A mountain hung upside down, pressing down on her. She did not dodge, passing through it. The demons and other folk looked around in a panic, but they discovered that the disaster they were imagining did not happen. The Mist Province had merged with the Sea of Trees, swallowed by the Sea of Light. A while later, all of the light receded, and the forest returned to how it was before, as if nothing had happened at all. Only the kings could deeply sense the profound changes. They all beamed with joy and wished in the direction of towering city. The Banyan Tree King exhaled deeply. His eyes returned to their inky green, but his tree heart continued to shine resplendently. His aura became more and more distant, but it did not feel like his personality had changed drastically. Instead, it was a very natural form of growth and improvement. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Congratulations. You've succeeded. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and congratulated. He admired the Banyan Tree King very much. Although it was not some natural divine tree, it had pushed its special characteristics to the limit. After several millennia of painstaking planning, it had created an unprecedented path, which made him very excited. It's just the first step. The Banyan Tree King waved his hand. However, once you take the step, the other 8 cauldrons will sense it. The imperial clan of the Dragon Province will definitely be furious, said Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said. Great Xia wanted to rid the world of gods, yet the Banyan Tree King had directly become the god of the Mist Province and even destroyed their national treasure. It would be strange if they did not react at all. Don't worry, they won't attack. The Banyan Tree King's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. He had already deduced the cause and effect of everything. Now, he could see it even more clearly. You're right, Li Qingshan said with a smile. The current Banyan Tree King had already stepped into a whole new realm. In the world of the 9 states, he was almost invincible. If the Great Xia dynasty wanted him to fall, it was likely that even the Great Xia dynasty could not afford to pay such a price. Is it worth it? Little and suddenly asked the Banyan Tree King. The Banyan Tree King was speechless. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Little N. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, but he saw a rare expression of pity on her face. He could not help but sigh. There's nothing we can do about it. That Madame Teng has gone too far. Is it worth it? Little N did not look at Li Qingshan and asked further. The Banyan Tree King closed his eyes as if he was unable to face her gaze. The sun vines around him had already withered. His body had never been so light before, but he instead felt empty. He was rather unaccustomed to it. If it was not worth it, why would he make a choice like this? If it was worth it, why would the joy of success be unable to make up for this regret? 5,000 years of companionship was really nothing? Was it because he had put in too much effort such that he could not treat it lightly? Or had he purposefully controlled certain changes in his emotions the entire time? Even though he could comprehend the profound laws of the world, he struggled to resolve these doubts. Forgive me, Senior. I've asked too much. Little and shook her head and returned to Li Qingshan's side. It's not worth it. The banyan tree king suddenly opened his eyes. Although there was pain in them, there was no confusion. But if I had to choose again, I would still do the same. Normally, Li Qingshan would definitely praise a reply like that. However, after glancing at Little and beside him, he felt that it was better to remain silent. He did not want to involve himself in other people's matters. I probably will never be able to understand such decisiveness, Little and said as she looked at Li Qingshan with her clear eyes. Li Qingshan's heart sank and the corner of his lips twitched. Fine, he had still gotten himself involved in the end. He tried hard to organize his words. Little and, you're thinking too much. Don't get into character so easily. You're not Madame Teng, and I'm not the banyan tree king. Of course, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Anyway, Sai, it's really complicated. You've actually overestimated the power of the sword. I'm the same. Little and raised the Buddha slaying sword in her hand. Li Qingshan and the banyan tree king were both taken aback. They had personally witnessed the power of the Buddha slaying sword. Two demon kings as powerful as the lords of Yin and Yang had been finished off with a single stroke, so how could they still overestimate its power? However, it was exactly because that sight was just too shocking that they overlooked many things. For example, back then, the lords of Yin and Yang had already fought Li Qingshan to the point of exhaustion. They had only managed to break free from Li Qingshan's suppression after so much difficulty, but before they could even get their revenge, Little and had already charged over. For example, the Buddha slaying sword. Although it possessed terrifying power, it actually countered two types of opponents the most. One was Buddhist cultivators, which was why it was called Buddha slaying. The other was existences of extreme Yin and evil, such as corpses and demon folk, because the path of white bone and great beauty was still a Buddhist cultivation method after all. However, Madame Teng did not belong to either of these groups. She did not possess a body of flesh and blood. Although the Buddha slaying sword countered her very much, it mostly ensured that every strike could injure her. In the past, the myriad poison ancestor had only been heavily injured when the Buddha slaying sword pierced his chest, and he had almost fled back to the myriad poison cult. The soul nascence that escaped in the end was very spirited too. It took quite a lot of effort to deal with it. After being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, the Buddha slaying sword's power had increased drastically, but as a natural variant demon king, her life force was far more abundant than an elderly human cultivator. Actually, the only time Little and had truly used the Buddha slaying sword after undergoing the tribulation was against the lords of Yin and Yang. Only when he stabbed Madame Ting did he understand that the strike was not enough to claim her life, which was why he did not draw it immediately. Between Li Qingshan and the banyan tree king, one possessed great instincts for battle, while the other possessed great wisdom. In the past, they had only been shocked by the startling strike, which was why they had overlooked this. Now that Little and had reminded them, they immediately understood. They were both stunned. Li Qingshan felt some lingering fear. In the situation back then, if Madame Ting had struggled a little longer, he would not have been able to shatter the Mist Province's cauldron. If she had blown up her demon core out of fury and hatred, then it would not be as simple as the plan failing. As it turned out, none of this went according to plan. Little and said, "Senior Banyan Tree King, although my strike heavily injured her, the true fatal strike was your determination." Chapter 984. Li Qingshan looked at Little and in surprise. The blurry feeling became extremely clear. She had indeed changed. In the past, Little and would never do these unnecessary things, much less pay attention to the grievances and conflicts of others. If the divine nun of the South Sea was still alive, she should be smiling happily. The Banyan Tree King was stunned for a while before suddenly letting out a long sigh. His eyes became rather moist, but there was actually a hint of a relieved smile on his face. Fellow Little, and thank you for your guidance. Can I ask you to help me out again? With his sleeves fluttering, the Banyan Tree King bowed deeply towards Little, and even his long beard reached the ground. Li Qingshan was surprised. Just who in the world could receive a bow like that from the Banyan Tree King? However, Little and accepted it calmly. She did not mind at all. With a wave of her hand, she said, "There's no need to be so polite, Senior. I'm not helping you." Oi, girl, that's no good. Li Qingshan was even more surprised. In the past, Little and was emotionless, but she was flawless when it came to etiquette. Even Feng Shiwu praised her. She would never behave so rudely. Shan hummed in acknowledgement, but he didn't seem too convinced. Qingshan, there's no need to say anything more. I'm the one who asked to be humiliated. The Banyan Tree King waved his hand at Li Qingshan and smiled bitterly. Little and glanced at Li Qingshan as if she was saying, "What do you think?" Li Qingshan shrugged and laid out his hands. All right, all right. A skull prayer bead on Little Anne's wrist turned into a skull. It opened its mouth and spat out a ball of samadhi flames of white bone, burning silently. Her seaweed-like hair drifted about as two specks of golden light shone in her clear eyes. She murmured, "White bone and great beauty, the cycle of life and death." The almost transparent samadhi flames of white bone gradually materialized. Madame Tung's figure faded in and out. Her eyes were firmly shut as despair froze on her face. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. "You can do that," Little Anne said. "I've already said that my sword strike wasn't enough to sever her life force. It was her own mind that was thrown into chaos, causing her to suffer from chi deviation. If I ignore it, she'll definitely die." "So that sword of yours actually saved her?" Li Qingshan felt that it was unimaginable. Little Anne had brought him too many surprises today. Since white bones can transform into beautiful faces, the sword that kills can also save people. Little Anne's white robes fluttered in the wind. There was a trace of benevolence in her calm demeanor. She had a kind of beauty that could topple the world. This was a brand new understanding of the path of white bone and great beauty after balancing the Buddhist and demonic powers. Although she did not know whether she had taken the wrong path or not, the white bone bodhisattva's original intentions were probably not to kill. Madame Tung's figure gradually solidified, but she still could not stabilize it. To Little Anne, this was the first time she had done something like this. Li Qingshan saw that the Banyan Tree King's face was filled with concern. His vast and distant aura was greatly reduced, making him seem even more like a mortal than before. He thought to himself, "This person must really be an old tree that's sprouting new buds. He's fallen in love." "Qingshan, help me." Little Anne flipped her left hand and held a phoenix feather between her fingers, thrusting it towards Madame Tang's forehead. "Coming." Li Qingshan grabbed her hand and circulated the Phoenix Nirvana scripture with all his might. The phoenix feather glowed with resplendent light, transforming into a stream of light and entering Madame Tang's body. Little Anne let out a sigh of relief. Madame Tung's figure stabilized. She was barely breathing, and she fell unconscious in the Banyan Tree King's embrace. The Banyan Tree King thanked Little Anne again. Little Anne said, "She is severely injured, and both her body and mind are in a mess. Senior, please take care of yourself." The Banyan Tree King nodded slightly, closed his eyes, and lowered his head to touch Madame Tang's forehead. The heart of the tree above him glowed with seven-colored light. "Wow!" Li Qingshan's eyes widened. He saw the Banyan Tree King's lush beard withering, revealing his true appearance. Li Qingshan was about to speak, but the Banyan Tree King waved his sleeve without raising his head. The surrounding scene twisted and changed, and they were teleported out. However, he heard Little Anne say two words, "Give up." Li Qingshan waited in Towering City for a while before Little Anne was teleported to his side. Little Anne lowered her head and didn't speak. "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan asked. "If you want to scold me, then go ahead." little and seemed like she was ready to die. Why would I scold you? Li Qingshan smiled. Really? Little and blinked her eyes and asked carefully. Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Qingshan pulled Little and into his arms as he laughed aloud. He rubbed her hair and gave her a thumbs up. Moreover, you've done this extremely beautifully. This is the first time I've seen this old man show an expression like that and what he's like. I really didn't expect it. You don't blame me for acting on my own? My little and has already grown up. It's time for her to have her own opinions. Li Qingshan did not like Madame Tung, but it was not to the point where he wanted to kill her. As a result, he wanted to confirm the Banyan Tree King's thoughts again before he attacked the Mist Province cauldron. However, since the Banyan Tree King had made up his mind, there was nothing he could say. It would be for the best of both worlds in the end. What comforted him even more was Little N's changes. He had never agreed with the White Bone Bodhisattva's terrorist ideology, nor did he want Little N to become a second White Bone Bodhisattva. I just pity her a little. Little N hugged Li Qingshan gently and gazed at the withered vines around the Banyan Tree King. She guaranteed, I definitely won't be as willful as her. I already told you not to bring things in recklessly. I'm not as great and compassionate as the Banyan Tree King. You know that I'm very selfish and greedy. I don't want to let go of what I have in my hands. If you want to go somewhere without me, I definitely won't let you go. Li Qingshan smiled. Yeah, I'll definitely take you beyond the 9 heavens. The corner of Little N's lips curled up as she gazed at Li Qingshan deeply. If I become an obstacle to you one day, I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Then please take care of me, Sir Little N. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. If he did not have her by his side, what was the point even if he went beyond the 9 heavens? He might as well hold on to his dreams and die in battle somewhere. At this moment, the withered vines shone with golden light again, gradually recovering their vitality. Oh, right. Why did you stay behind earlier? Li Qingshan asked. I wanted to ask him a question, said Little and, what question? If I had to choose again, how would I choose? You really know how to get to the bottom of things. But it was a good question. How did he answer? He thought about it for a long time, but he did not answer. Instead, he asked me a question. Really? What did he ask you? Li Qingshan could not guess what the Banyan Tree King was thinking. Did he change his mind? Or did his heart remain the same? Or did he not have an answer? He asked me, do you think she will forgive me? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. He simply could not imagine the expression on the Banyan Tree King's face at that time. Then how did you answer? What do you think? I can't guess. But if it were me, even if I don't take revenge, I will definitely remember him for life. Then I'll have to be careful not to offend a narrow-minded person like you. You dare say that I'm narrow-minded? I'll remember this sentence. Li Qingshan glared at him, pretending to be angry. Oh no! Little N covered her mouth and snickered. Numerous sunflowers bloomed brilliantly like little suns, illuminating the dark canopy of the tree. Chapter 985. A hawk's cry rang through the air. Banyan Tree King, you're one of the 10 demon kings, yet you dare to destroy the 9 cauldrons. Do you know that the laws of the nation are merciless? What a powerful aura. Li Qingshan shivered inside and raised his head. A man in black clothes stood with his arms behind his back, standing high up in the air. The atmospheric winds surged with his voice, spreading through the sea of trees for thousands of kilometers. It was like the might of the heavens had descended upon the world. His appearance was valiant and extraordinary. His long, golden-brown hair draped behind him meticulously, and his hooked nose made him even more stern. However, the thing that stood out the most was his eyes. Outside his dark irises was a faint, golden ring, as if they could see through everything. The hawk god has graced us with his presence. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. The Banyan Tree King replied modestly. His voice was tremendous, echoing through the surroundings. He did not lose any of the limelight at all. Sure enough, Li Qingshan thought, there are not a lot of people in the world who are bold enough to speak to the Banyan Tree King like that. Apart from the legendary hawk god that protects the kingdom, there is no one else with such bearing and presence. It's the bird girl's bird father. Little and communicated. Li Qingshan burst into laughter. He felt very comforted inside. The little girl's sense of humor had grown after undergoing the tribulation. In that moment, a pair of hawk eyes pierced through the leaves and landed on him. It was like a blade. There were not a lot of people in the world who were bold enough to laugh when the hawk god and the tree god spoke. Subordinately, Qingshan greets Sir Hawk God. Li Qingshan's smile vanished. He recalled his identity as a white hawk commander and clasped his hands at the horizon, meeting the hawk eyes without any fear at all. Although he was in charge of the renowned Hawk Wolf Guard and maintained the laws of the Great Xia Empire, the hawk god was still a form of respect at the end of the day. He was not a true god. However, he had even seen demon god Qiongqi, so he obviously did not fear a demon king, no matter how holy and powerful this demon king was. Savage King Li Qingshan. The eagle deity's eyes narrowed, and Li Qingshan felt the pressure on him increase. He thought to himself, in my entire life, if we were to talk about the word majesty, this person is definitely number one. This is probably not just because of his temperament, but also the majesty of the laws of Great Xia. As the saying goes, godly might is like a prison. Perhaps this is the origin of his name, Eagle Deity. Even though Qiongqi was far more powerful than the Eagle God, it was only an incarnation, and its aura was astonishingly powerful, but it had nothing to do with majesty. Instead, it was sly and playful. Lord Eagle God recognizes me? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. Then, he smiled and said, however, the title of King of Savages is too unpleasant. I have already resigned. The hawk god looked at him deeply, as if he didn't want to waste any more time with a small fry like him. However, his gaze lingered on Little and for a moment, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. After undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, he was basically at the apex of the 9 provinces. With his cultivation at such a young age, he could no longer be described as a genius. Of course, he never would have imagined that the person who personally destroyed the Mist Province cauldron would be this small fry. This was also the effect that Li Qingshan wanted. No matter how much this Lord Eagle God liked him anyway, it was impossible for him to take him in as a son-in-law. He was fine as long as he was not viewed as an enemy. You've come from afar, so why don't you pay a visit to my towering city? Asked the Banyan Tree King. There's no need. Do you admit to destroying the 9 cauldrons? Asked the Hawk God. I do, said the Banyan Tree King. From today onwards, you will be stripped of your position as one of the 10 demon kings, and you will be placed at the top of the wanted list of the Ministry of Justice. The Hawkwolf Guard will do everything in their power to capture you. If you put up any resistance, you will be executed on the spot. Li Qingshan found this to be more and more strange the more he listened. At this point, why would the Banyan Tree King still care about the position of one of the 10 demon kings, let alone the fact that he was wanted by some bullshit Ministry of Justice? The Hawkwolf Guard was renowned throughout the world, but capturing or killing him was basically wishful thinking. Was there something wrong with this protector hawk god? Before he knew it, the supreme masters and tremendous organizations in his heart were no longer as unreachable as before. He could not treat them lightly anymore. All those who make friends with you are the enemies of Great Xia. When the hawk god reached there, he glanced at Li Qingshan again. He had rushed over in a hurry, so he had no idea that the Banyan Tree King had traveled all the way to welcome Li Qingshan, welcoming him into Towering City. He wondered about the relationship between Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King. Then Great Xia has far too many enemies. Please reconsider, fellow. The Banyan Tree King smiled. What a Banyan Tree King. So much for me treating you as a great senior, you've actually broken the law. My Hawkwolf Guard will never forgive you. Li Qingshan yelled out furiously as if he had not vented his anger. He stomped on the branch a few more times to draw a clear line between them. The corner of the hawk god's eye twitched, and he was immediately unable to continue with what he was about to say. He had seen people seeking death, but never had he seen someone seeking death like this. He thought the same as Li Qingshan earlier. Is there something wrong with this bastard's head? Little and smiled. He was truly an expert at ruining the atmosphere. He could already tell that the hawk god had come this time purely for a stroll, to express that the Great Xia Empire would never tolerate something like this. However, if he wanted to capture or kill the Banyan Tree King, probably even he did not have the ambition to do so. Sigh, you've been betrayed so quickly. If that's the case, then please take action. The Banyan Tree King sighed with a smile. Wind, rise. The hawk god spread his arms like a hawk spreading its wings. The atmospheric winds in a range of 500 kilometers immediately became violent. With another powerful swing, it swept down from the sky, and a few clouds were immediately torn to pieces. If it were a regular forest, it would have been reduced to a barren land immediately. Even the roots buried deep underground would have been torn apart, losing all life. It really is impressive, Li Qingshan thought. The atmospheric winds and geomagnetism basically drew up the upper and lower boundaries of this world. To be able to control the atmospheric winds so easily, the hawk god had already reached the peak of the third heavenly tribulation. He was close to ascending. He focused on the scene of the battle between the two 10 demon kings in preparation for the ink sea dragon slaying. The Banyan Tree King held up a light green canopy. The moment the atmospheric winds entered the canopy, they immediately lost their sharpness and became ordinary gales. The strong gale stirred up waves in the sea of trees. Thousands of banyan trees swayed, forming a vigorous and impassioned tune. Li Qingshan stepped on a branch and looked into the distance. The wind and clouds were raging, and the strong auras in the sea of trees were ready to be released. Although the battle between the hawk god and the Banyan Tree King was magnificent and impressive, it did not feel like a battle to the death. He thought, since they're going to go through the motions, I'll go along with them to avoid trouble in the future. Lord Eagle God, let me lend you a hand. Li Qingshan bellowed out and unleashed his great strength as a golden core cultivator as well as the superb acting skills he had honed over many years. He launched a barrage of attacks at the Banyan Tree King, personally demonstrating the meaning of an ant trying to shake a tree. With his interference, the great show of a battle between rulers came to an end very quickly. However, before the hawk god took off, he said, "Pass on my orders." The White Hawk commander of the South Sea Commandery, Li Qingshan, deserves praise for his loyalty and his service as a protector. He will be transferred to the Dragon Province immediately. No mistakes are allowed. Chapter 986. Alright, but you have to admit that my acting in the past was pretty good. Li Qingshan raised his index finger and sighed. Sure enough, modesty makes people improve, while arrogance makes people fall back. However, he was not worried at all. He was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. There was no need for him to act out every single act carefully, nor was there any need for him to care so much. As for when he would go to the Dragon Province, or even whether he would go to the Dragon Province, it was not up to the Hawk God to decide. Little and nodded with a smile. But why does the mighty Hawk God have to travel such a great distance just to go through the motions? Li Qingshan was rather confused. He had put on an act for the Hawk God to avoid some unnecessary trouble, but who was the Hawk God putting on an act for? Because he's the protector Hawk God. As long as the Great Xia Empire exists, he will continue to protect it, the great banyan tree's voice rang out. I see. In the past, I thought the title of the protector Hawk God was mighty and domineering, but why do I feel like it's just a tough job now? Li Qingshan said. As his cultivation constantly increased, his horizons broadened. When he heard the Golden Cicada Spirit King say, "The 9 provinces are like a well," a few decades ago, he still found it very shocking. Only now did he truly understand. But since the cage has been broken, the bird is free, the Banyan Tree King said leisurely. Freedom. How high can one fly to be considered as true freedom? It's a pity that you'll never have that freedom. Birds have their own freedom, and trees have their own freedom. To a tree, having a place to grow in peace without being cut down is already freedom. Fair enough. Oh right, have you succeeded yet? Li Qingshan smiled ambiguously. This is only the first step. I still need a long time to get used to it. I believe I'll succeed one day, said the Banyan Tree King. You know what I'm asking. Li Qingshan was interested in gossip. About that, actually, it's useless for you to ask little and about this kind of thing. She's just a little girl. What would she know? I'm the one who's experienced and knowledgeable. In short, just do what you need to do. Don't think too much, Qingshan. I'm afraid that senior needs to rest for a while before he can condense the wisdom fruit. Why don't you take a look at the Shadow Palace first? Little and tugged on Li Qingshan's sleeve, interrupting him. Sure. Li Qingshan agreed casually. When he came back to his senses, he asked, Do you think I'm wrong? That's right. Little and nodded seriously. Go quickly. There are many things waiting for you to fix in the Shadow Palace. Damned girl, how dare you mock me? Li Qingshan suddenly missed the little and who always looked at him with eyes full of worship. But now, there was a rich emotion in those eyes, and it could see into his heart even more than the eagle gods. The layer of beauty on the white bones was no longer just an empty skin bag. I'm not a little girl. All right, I'll be right back. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek before turning around and flying off. Speaking of which, he had basically been like an ascetic monk for the past 20 years. Afterwards, there were consecutive battles and intense labor like destroying the Mist Province cauldron. Meeting Gong Yuan was rather interesting to both of them, but it was exactly because of this interest that he was unable to do whatever he wanted. As soon as he thought of the Shadow Palace and the Night Roamers, he even became a little excited. Palace Master Yi, I've come for the appointment. Why do you seem like you've come to visit a brothel? Yi Weiyang's face was covered by a black veil, only revealing a pair of eyes. She studied Li Qingshan. The impression that the battle in the demon cavern had left on her was far too deep. She struggled to connect the two images together. Then I'd like to pick a lead card. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Hee, then come at me. With a flash, Yi Weiyang vanished into the sea of trees. Li Qingshan followed close behind. Before him, a beautiful figure moved through the jungle, struggling to grasp her aura. In the deep, complicated forest, he was unable to unfurl his wings and fly at full speed either. Every time he approached her, the distance would immediately widen. And Yi Weiyang did not advance in a straight line. Instead, she turned left and right randomly. She seemed to be flirting with him. As a result, Li Qingshan just gave up on the chase. What, you're not going to pick a lead card? Yi Weiyang smiled. A lead card that I can't even see. It's fine if I don't pick one, just in case I get tricked. Li Qingshan replied with a smile. His eyes remained clear the entire time. After experiencing so many things over the past few decades, he was no longer the bumpkin who had just emerged from a small mountain village and fell in love with Gu Yenying at first sight and was stunned by her beauty. His main objective for visiting the Shadow Palace was not to satisfy his desires, but to put an end to it. Yi Weiyang suddenly stopped and parted the layers of leaves. She said, Please. A city constructed between huge trees appeared before Li Qingshan. It was hundreds or thousands of times larger than the cobweb city Xinyan had seen in the past. Thousands of Yimingzhu trees shone with a faint, silver luster. The shadows of the trees crisscrossed as thick mist drifted beneath the trees. It seemed both gloomy and glorious. Countless night roamers strolled through it. It was not like he had imagined it to be, a harsh training ground for assassins. Instead, it gave off a sense of art everywhere. However, the many hidden sentry posts could not escape Li Qingshan's eyes. As it seemed, the night roamers had not let down their guard just because they were in the territory of Towering City. They maintained an almost instinctive sense of caution. However, under the Shadow Queen's lead, the journey was smooth and unobstructed. They arrived at the center of the Shadow Palace and saw Yi Liusu and her sisters very soon. He knew that they were doing quite well in the Shadow Palace. After all, with their cultivations at the Second Heavenly Tribulation, they could be regarded as upper-middle echelons in any organization across the 9 provinces. Even if there were some internal strife, it would be very difficult to directly affect them. The rich and complete cultivation system that the Shadow Palace had inherited from the ancient Divine Kingdom provided them with great assistance. Over the past 2 decades, they had spent most of their time on cultivation. Yi Liusu's talent had always been the best, and she had received special treatment from Yi Weiyang, who had given her the greatest support. She had improved the most too, and she had a very good chance at succeeding as the Shadow Queen. However, the one who worked the hardest was not her or Yi Liuxing, but the one with the worst talent and the laziest, Yi Luobo. Her bearing had changed drastically as a result. She seemed like a completely different person. Li Qingshan nodded in relief. He had basically lived up to their friendship by bringing them to their current state during this journey. However, it was a pity that this was all they could do. Dong, dong, dong. The knocking on the door echoed in the dark room. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and was just about to rise from the entanglement of a pair of arms when they wrapped around him tightly. "Take me with you," Yi Luobo said. Li Qingshan kissed her forehead gently and caressed her belly. "Take good care of our child." "Will there really be one?" Yi Luobo was rather confused. "There definitely will be one this time. I promise," Li Qingshan said. With the phoenix fire as a guarantee, he had already planted that bit of life. He had no idea what kind of fruit it would bear in the future, but he was destined to never be a good father. "The banquet is about to begin." Yi Weiyang's urging voice rang out from outside the door. Li Qingshan could already sense the tremendous auras gathering in towering city 1,000 kilometers away. Chapter 987. Basically, all the demons and other human kings of the Mist Province had rushed over from all directions, gathering in Towering City to congratulate the Banyan Tree King on becoming the god of the Mist Province. The aura they naturally gave off gathered into a tremendous pressure. Existences who had not undergone the third heavenly tribulation could not even approach it. As for the host, the Banyan Tree King had yet to appear. Some guests conversed in groups of 2 or 3, while others sat in a corner by themselves, standing out from the crowd. It had to be mentioned that compared to the other human kings, the demon kings in human form seemed more like humans. However, they only seemed like humans. Their primitive, wild aura could not be hidden no matter what. When they were happy, they beamed with delight, but when they were angry, they bared their teeth and glared at each other. Their voices were so loud that they could be heard from several hundred kilometers away. Even human cultivators were not all harmonious, let alone the demons and other humans of the various races. Murderousness would erupt from time to time. If it were not for the fact that this was Towering City, several battles might have already broken out. As for the only human, little, and he naturally became the most eye-catching person. Her eyes were lowered as she sat on a banyan tree leaf that resembled a small boat. She held a string of skull prayer beads in her left hand and formed a Buddhist seal with her right hand as she chanted a scripture softly. The little phoenix perched on her shoulder obediently as if he was listening attentively. Both of them had a kind of otherworldly beauty, creating an ethereal and tranquil atmosphere. Even the non-human races could clearly feel it, so they didn't rashly come to disturb them. However, there were many topics of discussion. Why are there humans here? A skinny man who seemed to be forged from scarlet bronze frowned. He was a member of the metal demons of the 7 god races. They possessed indestructible bodies, but they just happened to be excellent materials for forging weapons. Countless metal demons had died to human cauldrons, so they developed a deep grudge. Is that a phoenix? It really is as magnificent as the legends say. A woman said in envy. Her voice was pleasant, and she was petite. Her head was covered in fine, verdant feathers. Clearly, she was a feathered demon king. Little Phoenix's heart was not on the scripture at all. When he heard this praise, he couldn't help but raise his head proudly and was about to sing a few times. Little and glanced at him faintly, and he immediately retracted his wings and hung his head down dejectedly. Little and was well aware of Little Phoenix's naughtiness and mischievousness. If he left it alone, it would definitely cause trouble. These days, Little Phoenix had been plucked by her for various reasons, so he was very well behaved. She didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble came knocking on her door. "I am young Master Silversnake. May I know your name?" A handsome, feminine, pale-faced scholar flashed over to the branch where Little and was and bowed. His words and actions were refined, but his face had an undisguised covetous look. "That's none of your business." Little Phoenix raised his head, once again displaying the results of Li Qingshan's good education. The young Master Silver Snake was taken aback. He never thought that a bird that seemed like a phoenix would speak so vulgarly. He smiled. How bold of you. You're just a mere demon commander, yet you're standing above us. That's far too rude of you. Come on down and let's have a chat. He extended his hand towards the little phoenix. He extended his arm and grabbed Xiao En's shoulder. Hurry up and beat him up. Little En stopped chanting and said, Okay. Little Phoenix was overjoyed. He spread his wings, and with a phoenix cry, he pounced at young Master Silver Snake. Young Master Silver Snake was shocked. He didn't expect a demon commander to have such strength. His speed was even more astonishing. Before he could react, he was thrown off the tree. The demon kings were bored from waiting. Seeing this scene, they immediately cheered. However, to their surprise, although Little Phoenix was at a disadvantage in the beginning due to his lack of battle experience, being injured was nothing to him. Instead, it stimulated his passion for battle. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. After a while, young Master Silver Snake actually couldn't hold on any longer. Little Phoenix turned into a beam of light. Relying on his speed, he flew up and down, using his wings to beat young Master Silver Snake's face. As he beat, he scolded, That's what you get for being cheap. That's what you get for being cheap. The Demon King's cheers became louder and louder. Mocking laughter rose one after another. Young Master Silver Snake flew into a rage out of humiliation. Killing intent surged in his eyes. With a flip, he turned into a 200-jong-long silver snake. He opened his huge mouth and tried to swallow Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix let out a phoenix cry. His body suddenly expanded in the wind, and his wingspan reached 300 jong. Although he was much smaller than the silver snake, he emitted an overwhelming light. With a gentle flap of his wings, he arrived above the silver snake. His phoenix claws easily pierced through the silver scales and grabbed onto the snake's spine. Then, he flew into the sky. The silver snake writhed violently, but it couldn't break free. Blood rained down like rain. It felt an instinctive fear, and it couldn't even use 30% of its strength. Generally, the demon race was at their strongest when they transformed into their original form. It was fine if he didn't transform into his original form, but once he did, he was greatly restrained. It was as if he had returned to the desolate era when the divine bird hunted. Even if there was a big realm difference, he could still dominate it. Little Phoenix's elegant phoenix eyes stared coldly at the silver snake under his claws. His sharp phoenix beak fiercely pecked at the top of the snake's head. Everyone could see that if this peck landed, the silver snake's head would definitely be smashed. Even if it didn't die, it would lose half of its life. It was supposed to be a good show, but it suddenly turned into a life and death battle. They all shouted, Stop! This is towering Sky City! Little Phoenix's killing intent rose, but he didn't care. At this moment, a voice sounded, Stinking brat, come over here. Little Phoenix blinked and threw away the silver snake under his claws. He turned around and flew towards the forest. His figure shrank rapidly and turned into a little child again. He threw himself into Li Qingshan's arms and complained, Big Daddy, where did you go to play? You didn't even bring me along. I want to give birth to a little brother for you. Li Qingshan smiled. But I like little girls. Little Phoenix's eyes widened. Li Qingshan was stunned. He didn't expect him to have such ambition at such a young age. He patted his head and said meaningfully, Then it depends on your fate. You should work harder in the Shadow Palace. Yi Wei-ung smiled. Compared to that, Ghost Shadow, she was more interested in Li Qingshan's bloodline. Then forget it. There were only a handful of demon kings and other human kings who had seen Li Qingshan before. They were all surprised by this. The divine bird phoenix actually had a human father. Just what was going on? And this human was clearly only at the second heavenly tribulation, yet he could speak and laugh with the Shadow Queen as equals. It was unbelievable. Fellow Yi, who is he? The golden demon human king asked with a frown. He lived in the mountains to the northwest, so he did not know Li Qingshan. Savage. Oh, Wait, it's the White Hawk Commander, Li Qingshan. Yi Weiyang introduced. The Hawk Wolf Guard. Under everyone's gazes, Li Qingshan immediately felt the pressure on him increase. Apart from the giant Lumberin King and the others he had seen on the way here, the other demon kings and other human kings all showed contempt and hostility. In just a few short days, the entire world had learnt that the Lord of the Hawk Wolf Guard, the Hawk God, had come to declare war against the Banyan Tree King. He was 10 times, 100 times more despicable than regular humans. What are you blabbering about, you old hag? Who's the White Hawk Commander? Don't you know I'm about to be promoted? Li Qingshan shot a glance at Yi Weiyang. He had already grown accustomed to this. Compared to being surrounded by 7 demon kings in the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, this was nothing. You really are a lackey of the Empire. How dare you come to Towering City and die? The Golden Demon Human King said coldly. And this is? Li Qingshan asked again. The Golden Demon Human King, Tong Gang. Heh, you'll die from excessive ejaculation. Li Qingshan began to mock him. The little phoenix focused on learning. The Golden Demon Human King cut right to the chase. He threw a punch at Li Qingshan's chest without any prior signs. There was only tough killing intent. He saw how Li Qingshan did not move at all, so he thought he had failed to react in time, which made him even more scornful. With a bang, a wave of air surged out, turning into a fierce gale that swept across thousands of kilometers. There was no gutting as expected. Instead, the Golden Demon Human King's arm produced the sound of twisting metal. Li Qingshan smiled and did not budge at all. The Mutant Kings and Demon Kings all widened their eyes. They all saw it extremely clearly. The Golden Demon Human King's punch was not his full strength, but he definitely did not purposefully hold back either. Even Demon Kings with tough bodies could not take it head-on. Not only did he need great defenses, but he also needed overwhelming strength to achieve something like that. What was even stranger was that Li Qingshan did not even give off an aura. Only Yi Weiyang noticed that a patch of skin on Li Qingshan's chest had turned a faint green. It was the newest ability of the Ox Demon transformation. The Ox Demon forges its hide. Not only did the Ox Demon forges its hide possess startling defenses, but it also shared the same origin as the Ox Demon's other ability, the Strength of the Earth. It did not require demon chi to support it, so it had already replaced the Spirit Turtle's profound shell as his greatest defensive ability. The Golden Demon Human King immediately calmed down. He thought, how dare this lackey of the Empire be so careless? I'll show you the power of Golden Demon humans. Immediately, his fist turned into a drill, pressing down as hard as he could. It began to spin madly and shone with golden light. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He felt a piercing pain on his skin. If he let him drill a few more times, he really would not be able to endure it. As it seemed, the Ox Demon forges its hide was not invincible. If he continued to stand there without moving, he would end up ripping through his skin. As a result, he casually grabbed the drill. With a splash of sparks, the drill forcefully stopped spinning and twisted in his hand. Actually, what Li Qingshan did not know was that Golden Demon humans spent most of their time searching for precious metals underground. This drill was a special ability that they had trained since they were young, yet it actually failed to drill through his skin. This was already enough to terrify the Golden Demon Human King. If this were a regular battle, the clash would be over in a split second. He would never have the opportunity to drill through slowly. I'll return a punch to you. Li Qingshan waved his fist and said casually. The Golden Demon Human King's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Although there was no aura fluctuating on the fist, it gave him the feeling that the mountain was about to collapse and the earth was about to split. All right, Qingshan, stop joking around. The Banyan Tree King's voice sounded in Towering Sky City. Is there a need to be so timely? Li Qingshan shook his head. He knew that the Banyan Tree King appeared at this time because he wanted him to use his strength to introduce himself. He wanted to let all the Demon Kings and Mutant Kings know that the name, Li Qingshan, was not a joke. Li Qingshan's fist descended and patted the Golden Demon Human King's shoulder. You owe me a punch. I'll be waiting for you to hit me anytime. At this moment, The doors opened one by one. The Banyan Tree King and Madame Tung walked out together. All the Demon Kings and Mutant Kings were stunned. Chapter 988. The Banyan Tree King's beard fell off, revealing his true appearance. He was not as old as he had been imagined. He only seemed to be in his 40s. His long, dark, green hair that originally tangled with his beard had been combed back neatly, with natural curls. A pair of long eyebrows reached his temples, making him seem extraordinarily handsome. Even with some wrinkles, he still gave off a mature charm. "Why aren't you saying anything?" the Banyan Tree King asked with a smile. He subconsciously reached out to touch his beard, only realizing it was gone when he touched thin air. His voice was still ancient and profound, but it gave off a completely different feeling. Li Qingshan broke into laughter. He was nowhere near the erudite old man in his impression. He was clearly a handsome middle-aged man. If it were not for his gentle, deep eyes, he basically would have suspected he was a different person. Only then did the kings return to their senses. They all bowed and congratulated him. Turbulent, chaotic auras immediately gathered around the Banyan Tree King. Only now did Li Qingshan deeply sense that this was a colossal group of demons and other folk. As the Banyan Tree King became the god of the Mist Province, they became even more united. "Tree King, who are they?" The silver snake glanced at Li Qingshan and the others. When he recalled just now, he still felt lingering fear. After becoming a demon king, it had already been many years since he experienced the terror of being on the verge of death. "I'm indebted to this young friend Qingshan." The Banyan Tree King's answer was simple and clear, but it left the kings very surprised. Every single person here had been indebted to the Banyan Tree King. It had always been the Banyan Tree King who showed favors to others, so why had they been indebted to Li Qingshan? "Being indebted to me is being indebted to me. You can throw that punch back at me at any time." "I definitely won't fight back," said the Golden Essence Human King. "There's no need for that. It's just a joke." Li Qingshan smiled. "So, it was I who was rude to you. Please forgive me." Young Master Silver Snake immediately cupped his hands and apologized. Without waiting for Little and to respond, Madame Tung suddenly appeared in front of her and stuffed a golden fruit into her mouth. "Thank you for saving my life." In a flash, he returned to the Banyan Tree King's side. However, he maintained a certain distance from the Banyan Tree King. He was no longer as close to him as before. Another life-saving grace? Under everyone's astonished gaze, Little and nodded and said, "I'm ashamed to accept it. It would be impolite to refuse." At this moment, a streak of silver light shot through the sky. The Silver Dragon King flew over, hovering above the sea of trees. The King of Southern Yu led a group of great cultivators and drifted down, congratulating the Banyan Tree King. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned to Li Qingshan and said, "I heard you were going north to the Dragon Province. I've come this time to congratulate you, as well as to see you off." The surroundings fell silent. Just what had Li Qingshan done to earn such high regard from both the Banyan Tree King and the King of Southern Yu? Only Yi Weiyang and Yi Duanhai, who had witnessed the battle in person, just now understood that this respect was not excessive at all. "You're far too polite, Your Majesty." Li Qingshan smiled. "You don't want me to return to the Green Province, right?" The Green Province and the Mist Province were still in a state of war. With the King of Southern Yu acting so close to him, it was difficult to say how the King Chulai's estate would react. However, just like how one did not slap a smiling face, he could not blame him for being too polite. Not to mention, he had never planned on becoming involved in the war between the two provinces in the first place. Chulai King's thoughts were no longer important to him. "If you can stay in the Mist Province, that would be for the best. I'm always waiting for the position of honored guest." The King of Southern Yu was amiable. "Then I sure am flattered." Li Qingshan's voice carried a hint of mockery. "There's no need for that." The King of Southern Yu smiled, completely ignoring him. The others were confused. They had never thought of that. "It's quite late. Everyone, please get into character." The Banyan Tree King raised his hand. As a result, Li Qingshan stood beside the two kings who stood at the apex of the Mist Province and entered Towering City. A cultivation at the second heavenly tribulation just seemed rather strange. At the banquet, the king of Southern Yu suddenly pointed at a black mark on the banyan tree king's hand and asked, "What's this?" Li Qingshan immediately realized that this was originally a flaw in the Mist Province cauldron formed from the demon cauldron. As it seemed, becoming a god of the Mist Province came with a corresponding price. The banyan tree king gave a slight explanation, and the king of Southern Yu immediately said, "I'll wipe out the demon cauldron for you." How could the demon kings and other human kings just sit around? They all agreed, swearing to chase the demon folk out of the Mist Province. Only Madame Tung snorted and turned her head away, showing no respect to the banyan tree king at all. The situation became rather awkward. Li Qingshan understood. This banquet was not just a celebration. Instead, it was for the sake of unifying their thoughts and strength so that they could completely suppress the demon plague. He raised the cup in his hand. "May the two of you sweep away the demons and return peace to the Mist Province." The greatest banquet in the history of the Mist Province only lasted for half a day before the king of Southern Yu bid farewell and left. The demon kings and other human kings all rushed off to various places, and Towering City fell silent once more. Under the setting sun, a smear of red light flickered between the canopy and the sea of trees. Li Qingshan stood up and was about to bid farewell. "Looks like we still have a very long way to go," the banyan tree king said as he handed a fruit of wisdom that flickered with rainbow light to Li Qingshan. "It seems different from the one last time. This fruit has fused with the fragments I eliminated from the Mist Province cauldron. It has some other effects," said the banyan tree king. "I wonder if it'll taste good." The little phoenix gazed at the fruit of wisdom greedily. "You have an innate legacy, so you don't need my little cleverness." The banyan tree king patted his head. Li Qingshan accepted it carefully. A fruit of wisdom like that was enough to change the fate of a cultivator. He looked at Little and beside him. "Do you want to eat it? I heard you can only eat a single fruit of wisdom in your lifetime. I'd like to wait until you become a god of the 9 provinces before condensing one for me, senior." "All right. If that day really does come, I'll definitely offer it up." The banyan tree king laughed aloud. "If I have the opportunity, I'll definitely retrieve the other 9 cauldrons for you." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. "Just let nature take its course. There's no need to force it." The banyan tree king nodded. Originally, this was something that even the 10 demon kings and lords of a province could not achieve, but the banyan tree king believed that as long as Li Qingshan continued to grow naturally, there would be a day when he could obtain the other 9 cauldrons with ease, even if it was the Dragon Province cauldron. When he first met Li Qingshan, he never thought it would be such a great fortuitous encounter. "There's something else. You know Ru Xan as well, so please help me look after her," said Li Qingshan. "You're a step too late. She's already left the territory of the Mist Province yesterday, returning to the Green Province," said the banyan tree king. "What?" Li Qingshan was surprised. He had not specially gone to bid farewell to Ru Xan because he wanted her to cultivate in peace in the south. He never thought she would beat him to it. "I just happened to have something on my mind. My wife wants to visit the Green Province with you, so please take care of her." The banyan tree king raised his hand with a smile and pointed at Madame Tung beside him. Chapter 989. If I can't even see this, then I would have wasted the past 5,000 years. The banyan tree king smiled. "So what if I can see it? Do you think I can't live without you?" Madame Tung sneered. "This is my fault. You should have gone out a long time ago. You would have realized that the world is so vast and not what you have seen in the past 5,000 years. I just happen to be the first tree you have met. It's not just a coincidence, it's fate." "Fate? I am confident that few people in the 9 prefectures can compare to me in the Tao of divination, but I feel that fate is unpredictable and uncontrollable." "It's fate," Madame Tung said stubbornly. "It's fate that you want to kill me, and it's fate that I want to leave. There's no need for you to take care of me. I will walk my own path." As she spoke, Towering Sky City shook and a loud rumbling sound came from below. The sunvines that coiled around the great banyan tree began to curl up and finally turned into a curved golden light that entered Madame Tang's body. The sunflower on her head suddenly shone brightly like the blazing sun before slowly shrinking and disappearing. It wasn't that plants couldn't move, but it was more suitable to cultivate if they stayed in one place. After the sunvines became a spirit monster, they didn't have to be parasitized to survive. They just had to pay a price. After completing the transformation, Madame Tung said hatefully, "Go be the god of the 9 prefectures, damn old man." With that, she turned into a golden light and shot towards the north. The banyan tree king gazed into the distance until Madame Tung completely disappeared in the horizon. Just now, he closed his eyes gently. Li Qingshan opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He patted the banyan tree king's shoulder. Thinking about it, it was already rare that he didn't take revenge against such a resolute betrayal, let alone forgive. The banyan tree king's image had been changed for nothing. "Please take care of me." The banyan tree king turned his head and sighed. "Don't worry." Li Qingshan felt as if the positions of the banyan tree king and Madame Ting had been reversed. Moreover, Madame Ting's strength could be said to be the strongest among the demon kings. She didn't need anyone to take care of her. "It's getting late. You should set off." Li Qing'an said, "Let's go back." He spread his phoenix wings and flew towards the north under the illumination of the setting sun. Little and Little Phoenix followed closely behind. On the way, Li Qingshan said to Little N, "You guessed wrong this time. You really haven't forgiven me, right? Do you think the phrase, 'let nature take its course, don't force it,' was meant for you?" Little N looked to the north. "You mean?" Li Qingshan was stunned. "If my guess is correct, Madame Tang's trip to the north this time is most likely to find an opportunity to seize the Qingzhou cauldron." Little N looked back and smiled. "Does she still want to stop the Tree King from becoming a god?" Li Qingshan said in surprise. This seemed to be the only reasonable explanation, but it also seemed a little strange. Since the Tree King has already taken the step, he can no longer turn back. How can he be stopped? Little N shook his head slightly. "You mean she did it to help him?" "Of course. This can't be." Li Qingshan felt that this was too unbelievable. Originally, Madame Tung was the staunchest opponent of the Banyan Tree King becoming a god. After suffering a fatal blow, she suddenly became a supporter. She didn't hesitate to take a great risk to seize the Qingzhou cauldron, since she still believes that it's fate. Little Anne's voice was faint. "What fate?" "I think she is blinded by lard." Li Qingshan smiled disapprovingly. "That's true." They headed north until they reached the border of the 2 prefectures. Li Qingshan said quietly, "Qingzhou, I am back." There was a small city surrounded by mountains. The 3 words Qingyang City were deeply engraved on the city walls. They had already become rather mottled from the erosion of wind and rain. Under the setting sun, they seemed rather bleak. A locust landed on the point above the word city. Its emotionless compound eyes were reflected red by the setting sun. It paused for a moment before flapping its wings and taking off again, merging into the swarm of insects that filled the sky. "Sir, let's go. If we don't go now, it'll be too late." Frantic footsteps rang out everywhere in the government office. The advisor's call made everyone shiver. "What are you panicking for? It's just a few insects. Don't tell me they can eat us?" Under the plaque hanging high above, a fat figure turned around and stared at the advisor with bulging eyes. He wore a set of large, red official robes. He was the district magistrate of Qingyang, Yi Dachuan. His hair and beard were white, and his face was covered in wrinkles. He already seemed rather old. However, having been an official for many years, he had developed a bearing of authority. He was not as miserable as when he first took office. "Sir, please stop putting on airs. Those locusts really can eat people." Ouch! A locust flew in from the swarm of insects outside and landed on the advisor's neck. He cried out and extended his hand in a hurry to catch it, but the locust crawled onto his face again. Smack! Yi Dachuan raised his fat hand and slapped the advisor across the face before patting him on the shoulder. He wiped his hand along the way. "You idiot! How could I not have made arrangements?" At this moment, a bell rang out from somewhere in the city. Yi Dachuan's face lit up. He wrapped the green veil he had prepared around his head and face and ordered loudly, "Go to the back and invite the madam and young miss." Don't worry about what you can't carry. We'll set off immediately. Several kilometers away, in the Iron Fist, the Iron Lion, Lu Hong, pulled back his fist and left behind a clear imprint of his fist on the metal bell before him. His hair and beard were all white, joining together. Although he was advanced in age, he seemed even more spirited than before. His first disciple, Wang Lei, praised behind him, "Master's martial arts have advanced again. It's all because of your junior brother's spiritual fruits." Lu Hong shook his head and glanced at his fist. The innate realm sure was wondrous, but unfortunately, this was as far as he could go. Junior brother is an important figure in the Clear River Prefecture. I heard that even our main sect master greets him when he sees him. Everything has been prepared. Once we reach the Clear River Prefecture, Master, you can spend your remaining years in peace. I still have a few more years to live. Looking at the situation in the world, who can spend their remaining years in peace? Just like what Wang Lei had said, a long group of people were already waiting outside. All of their heads were covered in gauze, and their eyes were covered too. Even their ears were plugged up to prevent the locusts from burrowing in. When Lu Hong emerged from the Iron Fist, the group fell silent. Despite Wang Lei's objections, Lu Hong insisted on riding at the front of the group, traveling out of the city slowly. They stopped at the entrance of the government office, and Yi Dachuan merged with them with his family and guards, making the group grow larger and larger. They advanced arduously through the swarming locusts. Lu Hong raised his head and looked around. He saw the dense swarm of locusts. The surrounding mountains had all become barren, let alone the fields and gardens. They had all become food for the locusts. The famine in the city had already lasted for a very long time. When he passed by an alleyway, he saw a few stray dogs gnawing on a starving corpse. He had already grown sick of the sight a long time ago. Suddenly, he began to miss the times of the past. Even when the Jianghu was filled with many dangers and battles to the death, it had never been so gloomy. The group's advance led to an uproar in the city. The wealthy families who had endured the famine until now all brought their most precious belongings with them. Even if they could still last for a very long time with the surplus of food in their homes, their minds would collapse first. This was not a regular plague of locusts. The rumor of locusts eating people had already spread for a very long time before the first locust arrived. No one knew when the insects that ate grass would become the legendary man-eating monsters. And, in the past few days in the city, many people had reported seeing a huge locust that specially hunted people at night, so their fear became heavier and heavier. Everyone believed that they would only be truly safe in Clear River City, and Lu Hong and Yi Dachuan's choices gave them even more confidence. "Master, what do we do?" Wang Lei urged his horse to travel with Lu Hong as he asked with a frown. "They're all from the same village. Let them follow us. Your junior brother has his own plans," Lu Hong said. At the end of the day, there were only a few people who could keep up with the group. The poor people who only had a pair of legs and were half dead from hunger were unable to keep up. However, this gave them an opportunity. They could rely on the food that the fleeing wealthy families had left behind to last a little longer. The group passed through the city gates in a grandiose manner, setting off towards the distant Clear River City. Lu Hong suddenly felt threatened. He looked back at the sky, but he was unable to see anything. "Master, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Let's hurry to Xiachuan village." Unbeknownst to Lu Hong, a locust was currently watching him from within the swarm of locusts. This locust seemed no different from regular locusts, but it did not go around eating like its own kind. Instead, it hovered in the air quietly, overlooking the entire Qingyang city. Faint demon qi revolved around it. Actually, Qingyang City was located in a remote location, and it was located on the outskirts of the Boundless Mountains, so it had not become the soaring Locust King's target. The Locust Plague had only reached here very late. Within the Locust Plague of Qingyang City, there was only a single, weak clone that guided and controlled the entire swarm of locusts. Its objective was to plant enough eggs and provide a source of soldiers for the entire plague of locusts. At the same time, it would create a great famine and wipe out the source of soldiers of the humans. In terms of strength, this clone was not even the opponent of the innate master Lu Hong. it would probably struggle to deal with the master of the Iron Fist, Wang Lei. Myriad clones was an extremely terrifying innate ability, but there were many prerequisites for it. Moreover, with a tremendous advantage in numbers, it was very difficult to guarantee the quality. If it were like Li Qingshan's Water Mirror's image, where every clone possessed 30% of the original's battle prowess, the soaring Locust King would have been invincible a long time ago. Why would it still need to hide its original body? After the group had traveled far away from the city, the locust wrapped in faint demon chi suddenly swelled up. It was the size of a calf, and it swooped down with a flap of its wings. Below, a group of people were currently breaking down the door in an attempt to barge into the granary left behind by a wealthy family. A wave of madness swept over them, and they all turned around. They cried out in fright, "Giant locust!" The giant locust swept through the crowd in an arc before rushing back into the sky. It carried a skinny human in its 6 legs as its cries reached the sky. With a bite from its sharp mouth, the cries immediately vanished, turning into slurping and chewing sounds. Even the bones were chewed and swallowed. By the time it had swallowed everything, the giant locust had grown even larger. Chapter 990. The group traversed through the mountains, but they did not see any greenery along the way. The sound of locusts flapping their wings was omnipresent. Coupled with the fear of the unknown ahead, it made them restless and uneasy. Arguments would erupt from time to time, or even swords would be thrown at one another. Lu Hong could not walk at the front anymore. He rode his horse to the front and back of the group, using his dignity as an innate master to intimidate everyone. They arrived before a narrow valley. Lu Hong suddenly stopped his horse and waved his hand for the group to stop. He said loudly, "Friend, where are you from up ahead? Don't sneak around. Come out and meet me." Using his innate true chi, his voice reverberated through the valley. "Haha, and I was wondering who it was. So, it's the Iron Lion. Do you still recognize me?" A large man climbed up a huge rock and gazed at the group below. His face was sallow like he was ill, but his eyes shone brightly. He held a large bow in his hand. Many figures stood up on the 2 sides of the valley with a rustle, all holding bows and arrows. Huang Binga. Lu Hong's eyes narrowed. Although he had become an innate master through a pile of spiritual fruits, he could tell that Huang Bingu had already reached the 7th layer, having split open his sea of qi. He had surpassed the cultivation of the masters of the Jianghu and become a true qi practitioner. He clasped his hands. "Manor Lord Huang, it really has been a while. I heard you've been traveling around, but I wonder when you've returned to the mountains and started doing business like this. I've made a fool of myself in front of Schoolmaster Liu. Demons run amok right now, and the mountains are no longer a paradise. All I can do is go to the Clear River Prefecture to make a living, but I don't have enough food. There's nothing I can do." Huang Binga sighed. The locust plague mainly spread through populated areas. It would not reach the depths of the mountains or forests. The Drawn Rains village relied on hunting for a living. They did not rely on farming to survive, so they were relatively free in the beginning. However, in recent years, the demons lurking in the depths of the boundless mountains gradually expanded their range of activity. A few months ago, demonic beasts began intruding into the village. The tall wooden walls might have been able to stop soldiers, but they were unable to stop the demonic beasts that moved like the wind. In just a few days, people would lose their lives. The demonic beast basically treated the Drawn Rains village as a sheep pen, able to come and catch a few people and eat them at any time. Drawn Rains village had no choice but to invite Huang Bingu back. They had spent a great deal of effort to kill the demon beast, but nearly 100 people from Drawn Rains village had died. However, if it was a demon that had come, it was uncertain who had died. Huang Binga had no choice but to move the entire village, but the Drawn Rains village did not have that much food in reserve, which was why this happened. Huang Binga could casually kill a Qi practitioner at the 1st layer of Qi practitioner, but Lu Hong was a little troublesome. It was not that he was afraid of the Iron Fist, but that the old man had a good disciple, the current head of the agricultural family, Li Long, sect leader Liu, take the Iron Fist disciples and leave first. Although I don't want to do this, I can't just watch my children starve to death. The moment Huang Binga said this, the team behind him went into a panic. Some of them loudly begged for Lu Hong's protection, while others scolded Huang Binga. With a swoosh, an arrow was shot out of nowhere. The person who was cursing was hit and fell to the ground. The crowd was in an uproar. Murder? What are you howling for? All of you shut up. Lu Hong bellowed out furiously. With the prestige he had accumulated in Qingyang City over all these years, the group immediately quietened down. He did not pity the person who had been shot to death at all. How could a mighty Qi practitioner be cursed just like that? Even second- or third-rate figures of the Jianghu would kill someone with a blade. Brother Huang, why don't we go to the Clear River Prefecture together? I'll deal with the matter of food. It'll be a little safer on the way too. Lu Hong thought about it. The disciples of the Iron Fist did not grow up from the ground. They had many connections with the wealthy clans behind them. If he allowed Huang Binga to plunder them as he pleased, their morale would immediately disperse. However, if he stubbornly refused, Huang Binga was no pushover either. If he made up his mind and decided to eliminate the source of trouble, no one would be able to stop him here. Master, we didn't bring that much food with us either, Wang Lei said softly. Collect all the food and redistribute it according to the number of people. If you don't want to, then piss off. Lu Hong yelled. Thank you, old sect Master Lu. Huang Binga clasped his hands, and the hunters of the Drawn Rains village descended from the two sides of the valley. Then, he ordered, take out our stored food too and let old sect Master Lu distribute it. The hunters handed over their dried meat and other food silently. All of them were expressionless, but they gave off a sense of ruthlessness that could erupt at any time. The painful experiences of the past few months had suppressed and twisted their personalities. Let alone stealing some food, they would even eat people without hesitation. Even the disciples of the Iron Fist who collected the food were cautious when they approached them, let alone the others. None of them were bold enough to break away from the group, handing over their stored food obediently. The group set off once again, passing through a few more mountains before finally arriving at a mountain pass. Vast plains appeared before them, but not a single stalk of rice was to be seen. There was only endless barren land. Perhaps because it was too barren, there were not many locusts flying about. The group advanced silently. The villages and towns along the way were all abandoned. There was no sign of human activity at all. Lu Hong took the lead. The group traveled day and night, hurrying towards the town of Xiachuan. We'll rest for a while, Lu Hong ordered. It was noon right now, and the sun was blazing like fire. Everyone was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. They used this opportunity to rest. The town of Xiachuan is already close. Once we get there, we'll be able to follow the river and reach the prefectural city of Clear River. There's no need to walk anymore. Wang Lei boosted their morale loudly. Looks like old sect Master Lu has already prepared a boat. I wonder if it'll be enough? Huang Bingu probed. Even the largest boat could not fit so many people. It's all my disciples' arrangements. I don't know if it'll be enough. I'll probably have to squeeze. Lu Hong weighed his words. As long as there's a boat, squeezing is fine. Huang Binga smiled. It was not like he would be the one being squeezed out. Right when he wanted to ask a few more questions, his expression suddenly changed. He picked up the great bow on his back, picked up an arrow, and knocked it on the string. He looked around. What's wrong? Lu Hong asked. There's demon qi. Huang Binga glanced around. Suddenly, he saw a green figure emerge from the earth from the corner of his eye, shooting into the body of a burly man. The burly man let out a miserable shriek, rolling around on the ground. He immediately bled to death from his facial orifices. Huang Bingu's fingers loosened, and the arrow shot through the air, entering the corpse of the burly man and exploding violently. Within the rain of flesh and blood, the green figure shot up again. Blood blossomed from the head of an Iron Fist disciple and a hole appeared. He collapsed before he could even let out a shriek. A Qi demon. Only now did Huang Binga see the green figure's true appearance. It was a locust larva. It was emerald green and only the size of a pinky. It could not fly, so it was commonly known as a Qi bug. However, the demon chi gathered by this chi bug was extremely startling, reaching the level of demons. Who knew how many people it had eaten? He thought, this place is so barren that even ordinary locusts can't survive here. How can there be a chi demon here? It doesn't seem like a chance encounter, but more like it's here to kill us. Before Lu Hong could even see the appearance of the chi demon clearly, miserable shrieks rang out from the crowd. In the end, almost everyone was letting out horrifying screams, as if their minds were being controlled by an invisible monster. Even he felt a little flustered, and only after touching the talismans in his bosom did he manage to calm himself down. He asked Huang Bingu beside him, "Brother Huang, what do we do?" Huang Bingu leaped over, his body reaching the highest point. His pupils narrowed into two as he stared at the location of the demon chi. Over a dozen arrows rained down like a torrential rain, turning into balls of exploding flames and blasting a corpse into smithereens. Lu Hong asked, "How is it? Did you kill it?" It burrowed back into the earth. Perhaps it was injured, perhaps it wasn't. Huang Bingu shook his head, his expression abnormally solemn. That chi demon seemed to have seen through his thoughts, burrowing back into the earth at the first moment instead of shooting at the next victim. Otherwise, there really would have been a chance to kill it. Furthermore, it maintained such a tiny body size as if it was specifically targeting him. Then what do we do? There's nothing we can do, Huang Bingu said. No matter how good his archery was, it was impossible for him to pierce through the earth and hit that chi demon. Lu Hong's expression changed. A demonic beast hiding in the earth, ready to pounce at any moment, was practically a nightmare. Looks like we don't have to worry about not having enough boats. Huang Bingu made a joke, but even he himself could not laugh. In terms of strength, that chi demon was at most equivalent to a human at the 4th or 5th layer of chi practitioner. It could only be considered a demonic beast, not a demon. However, he did not have the slightest confidence that he could defeat it, because behind this chi demon was a great demon king that had wreaked havoc in the entire Green Province. Amidst its madness, there was also a deep sense of cunning and prudence. Be it in terms of combat skills or experience, it was not something an ordinary demonic beast could compare to. At most, he could serve as a deterrent, allowing the chi demon to feast on the regular people in the distance. Let's go. Lu Hong made up his mind as well, passing down the order. Before he had even finished speaking, another howl rang out. A person at the very end of the group collapsed on the ground. Green bulges protruded from beneath his skin, but it did not directly kill him. It was as if it was purposefully increasing his pain. The howl was extremely tragic, enough to make people's scalps tingle. The crowd immediately surged forward like a ruckus. Twisted cries filled the air, filled with fear and regret. They regretted leaving Qingyang City in such a hurry, but they had no idea that Qingyang City had already become a slaughterhouse for locusts right now, rapidly transforming into demonic beasts. Huang Bingu's bow was knocked as well, but after some thought, he lowered his bow again. He gathered the hunters of the Drawn Rains village and sped up towards the lower river village. He could continue to stop the chi demon from eating, but he would definitely be unable to endure it first. As a result, he was better off letting the chi demon eat a little longer, which would buy him some time. However, he also understood that this was just quenching his thirst with poison, as the chi demon's strength would increase with every person it ate. If it completely turned into an adult insect, even he would be in danger of being eaten. Old Brother Lu, I hope that school leader Li has arranged for reinforcements at the ferry crossing, or we're all going to lose our lives to the mouths of the insects. It's just death. Lu Hong's face darkened with rage. Sect Master Lu, Manor Lord Huang, save me. Lu Hong looked back and saw a group of people fighting over Yi Dachuan's carriage. As a result, he turned his horse around and smashed ahead with a punch. All of you piss off. As they fled, the group split into two. Those without horses and who did not practice martial arts were left behind, becoming food for the chi demon. Their howls gradually faded away, completely swallowed up by the sandstorm. They traveled like this until dusk. Even the fine horse Lu Hong sat on began foaming at the mouth. Even though the disciples of the Iron Fist sect and the hunters of the Drawn Reins village were skilled in martial arts, they were utterly exhausted. They could not help but stop to rest and eat something. Thank you, old hero Lu. Once we reach Clear River City, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have left Qingyang City. No, I shouldn't have returned to Qingyang City. When Jiaoping City was destroyed back then, I should have obediently retired to the prefectural city. Only then did Yi Dachuan get off the carriage in time to thank him. His chubby face was pale, completely drained of blood. In the past, when Jiaoping City was destroyed by the rock demon, he had nowhere to go as the district magistrate, and he was deeply afraid of the strength of the demons. As a result, he got his sister to whisper to the prefectural magistrate of Clear River, Lu Chongqing, and he was transferred back to Qingyang City as the district magistrate. He never thought he would still be unable to escape in the end. There's no need to be so polite, sir. Lu Hong nodded slightly. Wang Lei patted his chest. As long as I still have a breath left, I'll definitely make it to Clear River City safely, sir. Yi Dachuan's sister was the beloved concubine of the prefectural magistrate of Clear River, Lu Chongqing. Although she was old and frail now, she had given birth to a son and a daughter for Lu Chongqing, so her status had instead become even more stable. Yi Dachuan had mentioned this matter for many years. Wang Lei could not forget it even if he wanted to. He knew his relationship with Li Long was not exactly harmonious, so it was good to have an additional path. Thank you, Sect Master Wang. Yi Dachuan thanked WNG Lei again, but he didn't really trust WNG Lei's guarantee. Sect Master WNG already had a hard time protecting himself when the leprechaun attacked, let alone protecting Yi Dachuan. Yi Dachuan suddenly thought of someone. Sigh, if Qingshan was here, he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Sir Yi, you're overthinking it. Do you still treat him as your constable? Huang Binga smiled. If Li Qingshan were here, a measly demon would be nothing. I heard from Li Long that he's the White Hawk commander of the South Sea Commandery of the Mist Province right now. He occupies a place called Savage Mountain, and he's known as the King of Savages. Even the King of Southern Yi shows some respect when he sees him, said Lu Hong. Really? Huang Bingu was filled with disbelief. Only after embarking on the path of cultivation did he truly understand just how lofty an existence the lord of a province was. I found that rather hard to believe, but that disciple of mine would never lie. I've even punched him several dozen times in the past. Time sure passes quickly. Yi Dachuan sighed. Are you talking about Li Qingshan? A shrill voice drifted over with the wind. Who else could it be? Yi Dachuan said, only to see Huang Bingu's expression change drastically. Lu Hong also raised his fist, gazing at the barren slope nearby cautiously. By now, the sun had already sunk below the horizon. Only the west was dyed red, and a few cold stars lit up in the sky. On the barren slope, a withered tree extended its branches like a huge, withered hand, as if it wanted to grab a star. A tiny caterpillar lay on the branch of the withered tree. The shrill voice originated from its mouth. We've actually only noticed it when we're so close. The situation doesn't look good. Huang Binga sharply noticed that a smear of grayish-yellow had appeared on the caterpillar. It was rapidly transforming into an adult. Once it completely transformed, it would be the end of everyone. Chapter 991. A great demon king that had wreaked havoc in the Green Province and eaten countless people was actually connected to Li Qingshan. Lu Hong and Huang Binga glanced at one another. They were both in disbelief. We've all been old friends of Qingshan for several decades. You should be thanking him for sparing our lives. Yi Dachuan said loudly. Of course. A friend of a friend is a friend. If you had told me earlier, why would I want to eat you? The monster Yao flapped its wings and flew off the branch, disappearing into the desolate slope. Fantastic. Yi Dachuan sat on the ground, while the others all let out sighs of relief. Their faces were filled with joy from escaping death. Brother Huang, what do you think? Lu Hong frowned. He felt like the monster Yao had left far too easily. That's hard to say. We're done resting, so let's hurry up. Huang Bingge did not want to entrust the lives of the entire village to the loyalty of a demon. I think so too. Lu Hong nodded before giving the order to set off. Sect Master Lu, since the demons have already retreated, why are you in such a hurry? Even the horses can't take it if you keep going like this. Some people were unwilling to leave. After running for an entire afternoon, even riding a horse left them exhausted. As soon as they relaxed, they felt like the ground of the summer night was as comfortable as a soft bed. If you want to stay, then stay. Lu Hong tossed that down coldly and mounted his horse. He used true qi to regulate the horse's breathing along the way, so the horse retained some vigor. Now it raised its hooves and galloped off into the distance. Everyone could only prop themselves up and follow him. Some people simply did not want to move anymore or could not move anymore after the threat of death was gone, so they stayed behind. They considered whether they should return to Qingyang City or not. On the other hand, the hunters of the Drawn Rains village traversed the mountains all year round. Coupled with the care of a seventh-layer qi practitioner like Huang Bingge, they managed to endure it with some difficulty. Old Manor Lord, I really can't move anymore. You should go. A 12 or 13-year-old young man said to Huang Bingge. He had only practiced martial arts for a short period of time, so his inner force was still extremely weak. Although he had tempered his muscles and bones, he could not endure such a rapid march. Cut the nonsense. Huang Bingge stretched out his hand and patted the youth's back. A wave of true qi flowed in, and the youth's spirit was immediately lifted. Thank you, Villa Master. Night fell, and the wilderness was dotted with stars. The team moved forward with difficulty, and from time to time, some people fell behind. They stopped a few more times in the middle, but the demon wolf did not chase after them again. It seemed like it really wanted to let them live. Brother Huang, do you want to slow down? Lu Hong asked. Many of the disciples of Iron Fist couldn't keep up. He didn't have enough innate qi to take care of them. Let's continue walking. Something doesn't feel right. Huang Bingge turned around and stared into the darkness. The ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. More than 10 miles away, a broken carriage had fallen to the side of the road. A horse was foaming at the mouth and dying. 2 people were arguing. The woman criticized the man loudly. I told you we shouldn't have left Qingyang City. Now that we've ended up like this, what do you think we should do? What should we do? What should I do? You only know how to ask. The man was very irritable as well. They did not have enough food on hand to return to Qingyang City at all. Even if they killed the horse for its meat, it would rot very quickly in a summer like this. If they continued towards the village of Lower River, Lu Hong and the others would have probably gone down the river long ago by the time they arrived. Why would they wait for them? I must have been blind to marry a piece of trash like you. Even trash has its uses. A shrill voice spoke up for the man. The man felt like the voice was right next to his ear. Using the faint moonlight, the woman saw a tiny demon wolf on the man's shoulder. It opened its mouth and was about to shriek. The demon wolf flapped its wings gently and produced a gust of cold wind. The woman's shriek came to a halt, and a bloody gash appeared on her neck. Her head rolled off. Spare me. I'm also Li Qingshan's friend. Don't kill me, the man said with a trembling voice. His lower body felt wet and hot. All right, I know you're not, so I'll give you a quick death. The demon Ming's body rapidly grew to the size of a horse carriage. Its compound eyes flashed with green light. Its ferocious mouth split into a few pieces, swallowing half of the man's body in one bite and chewing. So delicious. So delicious. It's even more delicious than demon folk no matter how I eat it. As it swallowed mouthful after mouthful, it gradually transformed from a demon wolf to a locust. In Qingyang City, the sound of the huge locust flapping its wings rang through the entire city. Terrifying shadows patrolled every street and alleyway, constantly hunting for food. Its demon qi grew steadily. When it reached midnight, the huge locust reluctantly abandoned all its food. It sealed up the 2 city gates first before flapping its wings and flying towards the village of Lower River. When it heard the name Li Qingshan, it made up its mind. All of these people had to die. By dawn, the group had arrived at the village of Lower River. The town that had once prospered because of the fairy had now been completely abandoned as well. Ruins littered the place. We're finally here. Wang Lei exhaled deeply and looked around. Only a tenth or 20 of the people who had left Xingyang City with him remained. His heart was rather heavy. Don't stop. The ferry is right up ahead. Once you board the ship, you'll be safe. Lu Hong boosted their morale loudly. A strange hum rang out from afar. A yellow speck rapidly drew closer and larger. A huge locust with surging demon chi flew over. God damn it. Let's go. Huang Binga cursed. He leapt onto a restaurant on the side of the road and shot an arrow. The flying locust dodged the arrow with a slight tilt. It said hoarsely, "My good friends, don't run. Let me have a taste of your flesh and blood." Twang, twang, twang. The bowstring thrummed as Huang Binga shot arrow after arrow, unleashing his ultimate technique of rapid fire. Too slow. Too slow. The flying locust's colossal body turned into arcs, dodging every single arrow gracefully. It did not slow down at all. Even if it could not dodge, it would knock the arrows aside with a gentle sweep of its front foot. Huang Binga's face sank. He had been on the move for an entire night, constantly channeling true chi to his clansmen. His condition was very horrible as well. He was not the opponent of this fully fed locust demon at all. If he wanted to emerge victorious, he had to take the risk. A fierce gust of wind blew over. Its vicious mouth opened, biting towards his head. A gleam of light flashed through Huang Bingu's eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. He immediately drew his bow like a crescent moon. Rings of true chi coiled around the arrow, ready to shoot. Behind you. There's another one. Lu Hong's voice twisted as he warned loudly. All of Huang Bingu's hair stood on end. Demon chi assaulted him from behind, but it was already too late for him to dodge. He felt a stabbing pain from his back, and a flying locust the size of a thumb pierced through his chest. There were still a few smears of emerald green on its body. It was the monster that had pursued them. There are actually 2 of them. My life is over. However, the giant flying locust in front of him did not bite him. Instead, it turned around and swept past him. Blood splattered everywhere, and a severed arm flew high into the air. Don't be hasty. A good friend should be tasted slowly. With a bang, Huang Binga fell from the roof. He saw the giant flying locust pouncing towards the crowd again. Its buzzing wings were like blades. More than 10 people were running on the street when they were suddenly torn apart. Among them were hunters from the Drawn Reins village as well as disciples of Iron Fist. It's over. Huang Binga closed his eyes in despair. Against such an enemy, even if there was only one, it would be extremely difficult to win, let alone 2. The flying locust pounced over, and Lu Hong knew that there was no way to escape. He pushed Wang Lei, who was beside him, away and straightened his body. He slapped a Vajra strength talisman on his body, and waves of golden light surged from his body, transforming into the illusion of a Vajra. With a sudden roar, he punched out with both his fists, using the move, Iron Horse splitting the mane towards the flying locust. With a loud bang, the small flying locust that the monster had transformed into, like a hidden weapon, fiercely smashed into Lu Hong's chest. The illusion of a Vajra immediately caved in, and the golden light flickered and dimmed. Lu Hong's feet left the ground, and he flew backwards. Meanwhile, the giant flying locust used its front legs to easily pierce through Lu Hong's shoulder, crippling all of his ability to resist. The 2 flying locusts, one big and one small, cooperated flawlessly. It could no longer be described with the word tacit understanding. Under the control of a great demon king, even if one's strength was above theirs, they might not necessarily be able to win. Just like how it dealt with Huang Bingu, the flying locust did not immediately kill Lu Hong. The small flying locust continued to slaughter the fleeing mortals, while the giant flying locust flapped its wings and flew high into the sky, its compound eyes searching everywhere. Where's the other good friend? Yi Dachuan drove the carriage down to the ferry, and from time to time, he would look back. When he saw the fate of Huang Bingu and Lu Hong, he was so scared that his soul left his body. He desperately waved his whip, Go. Go. Found him. The flying locust flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind. It suddenly appeared beside Yi Dachuan and moved alongside the carriage. Its compound eyes stared at him and said, "Good friend, I still haven't thanked you properly." "No. No need," Yi Dachuan stammered. "That's not up to you." The flying locust laughed sinisterly. Just as it was about to capture Yi Dachuan and torture him together with Huang Binggu and Lu Hong, a sword chi suddenly whistled over. The flying locust hurriedly dodged, but one of its antennae was still cut off. It crashed head first into a residential building by the side of the road, causing it to collapse with a loud bang, smoke and dust flying everywhere. Yi Dachuan saw a red-clothed man holding a large sword lightly step on the shaft of the carriage, and in a flash, he swung his sword towards the collapsed residential building. With a whoosh, the small flying locust shot towards the red-clothed man's head. The red-clothed man lowered his sword and slashed to the side, forcing the small flying locust to retreat. With a loud bang, the broken bricks and tiles flew everywhere. The giant flying locust suddenly pounced out, its sharp mouth biting towards the red-clothed man. The man struck out with his palm. He wore a fiery red glove on the hand that did not hold the sword, and with a flash of red runes, it immediately transformed into a giant burning palm of flames, slapping the flying locust away. Scarlet Eagle Guard. 10th Layer Chi Practitioner. Huang Binggu was overjoyed. He leapt up from the ground, picked up his severed arm, and held it in his mouth. Holding a long arrow that flickered with spiritual light, he charged forward. The Scarlet Eagle Guard had already reached the peak of Chi practitioners. He had opened all the meridians in his body, and with a palm and a sword, he was able to suppress the two flying locusts, one large and one small. With Huang Binggu watching from the side, the flying locust was pushed back again and again, finally fleeing in two different directions. "Kiki, another good friend, come and kill me." The Scarlet Eagle Guard wanted to pursue, but when he saw the corpses all over the ground, he stopped. No matter which side he chose to pursue, he might be able to succeed in the end, but everyone here would have to die with him. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving me," Huang Binggu said. Wang Lei also came forward to express his thanks while supporting Lu Hong. Chapter 992. Don't tell me you're the former lord of the Proud Sword Manor? I've heard a lot about you. Lu Hong was surprised. In the past, the Proud Sword Manor possessed some renown in the Jianghu, but it was rumored that the lord had vanished afterwards, and the Proud Sword Manor declined. He never thought it would become such a powerful Chi practitioner. That was a very long time ago. I never thought someone would still remember it. Yu Shuquang laughed aloud as his full beard trembled. Please wait a moment. We can't leave these corpses for that wretched demon. He waved his right hand and true chi surged, gathering the corpses into a pile. They were still alive just a moment ago, yet they had been reduced to such a state. The bloody sight made Lu Hong feel rather nauseous. A ball of fire flew out from Yu Shuquang's hand and landed on the pile of corpses. They were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Wen Lei suddenly burst into tears. As it turned out, he had brought his entire family with him when he came to the Clear River Prefecture. Originally, he had taken care of his family, and they had managed to make it here after so much difficulty. In the end, they all died to the attacks of the locusts. If Lu Hong had not pushed him away, he would have been a dead man too. Lu Hong let out a long sigh. He could not help but tear up too. Yu Shuquang had already grown accustomed to this. Ever since the locust plague, who knew how many people had died to the insects? It was already quite rare for their corpses to be left behind for cremation. This place has already been reduced to a wasteland since a year ago. Even regular locusts are rare, yet 2 locust demons have actually appeared. How strange. The wretched demon seems to recognize Li Qingshan. Huang Binggu hesitated before describing how he had conversed with the Gu demon. Li Qingshan. Yu Shuquang was taken aback. His path of cultivation had a lot to do with Li Qingshan. He said seriously, I know a thing or two about this. The Soaring Locust King was originally suppressed in the Demon Suppression Hall of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Afterwards, it bewitched an eminent monk and escaped somehow. I've never heard that it's connected to Li Qingshan. Based on the current situation, I'm afraid it's not gratitude, but enmity. This is troublesome. Huang Binggu's expression darkened. Based on the speed at which the locust demon was growing, it was more than enough to deal with them. Now that it had summoned another locust demon, it was clear that it was determined to capture them. Moreover, it was not in a hurry to kill them. Instead, it wanted to keep them alive to slowly torture them. No matter how he looked at it, the locust demon's hatred for them ran deep. It did not feel good to be targeted by a demon king. All right, let's get on the boat first. Yu Shuquang led the lucky survivors to the ferry crossing. Sure enough, there was a dragon ship waiting there. It could accommodate 200 or 300 people, but less than a tenth of the people had boarded right now. As the sun rose in the east, the dragon boat set sail and went downstream. Yu Shuquang leaned on his sword as he stood on the deck. His scarlet clothes ruffled in the wind as the scenery on the two banks rapidly receded. Fellow Taoist Yu, is there anyone else to help? Huang Binggu walked out of the cabin, his severed arm already reattached. Isn't having me enough? Yu Shuquang laughed. That's not what I meant, Huang Binggu said in a hurry. I'm just joking. There's no need to be so nervous. I've also been considering whether I should ask for reinforcements or not. For the sake of the locust plague right now, no cultivator can afford to be idle. The higher one's cultivation is, the more trouble there will be. Otherwise, school leader Li would not have sent me here. He would have come personally. I understand that. However, if the soaring locust king sends even more powerful locusts, then the entire ship will be in danger of dying. Yu Shuquang nodded. He touched the scarlet bronze tablet on his waist and secretly made up his mind. Is your arm fine? It's fine now, but I won't be able to use a bow for a very long time. Hopefully, it's not for the rest of my life. When we get to the prefectural city, we can ask a disciple of the School of Medicine to take a look. There won't be any residual effects. The boat moved like the wind, covering a great distance in a single day. When they passed by Jiaping City, Yi Dachuan came out to take a look before returning to the cabin. When the moon rose into the sky, the fragrance of flowers drifted over with the wind. Yu Shuquang's face lit up. He clasped his hands. Greetings, Commander Hua. Dispense with the formalities. A beautiful figure landed gracefully on the front of the boat. She asked gently, You said the soaring locust king is attacking you because you know Li Qingshan? Yes. Yu Shuquang also found this reason to be rather forced, nor did he expect Commander Hua to rush over immediately. In the cabin, Huang Binggu and Lu Hong had been tense the entire time. They immediately rushed over when they heard the disturbance. All they saw was Yu Shuquang reporting to a woman politely. The faint fragrance of flowers lingered in the air. Even the wind from the river failed to disperse it. The woman's facial features were picturesque, her figure graceful, and her bearing elegant. She seemed like a flower fairy that had descended, but she possessed a natural sense of dignity. She wore the uniform of a Scarlet Hawk commander. The woman glanced past them. Huang Binggu and Lu Hong both lowered their heads and bowed. They were both relieved, feeling like their lives were finally secured. She asked, You're both from Qingyang City. Do you know Li Qingshan? Lu Hong and Huang Binggu both mentioned their connections with Li Qingshan. Then what a coincidence today. The woman smiled. She was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, she cast her gaze towards the depths of the night sky, and a golden flower bloomed between her fingers. Suddenly, it shot out a thin, golden streak of light, disappearing in a flash. A locust turned into the size of a regular locust and flew through the air, tailing behind the boat from afar. They were simply too far away, such that even Yu Shuquang failed to discover them. However, it was exactly because of this that he only focused on the tiny boat that he overlooked Commander Hua's arrival. Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light. Before he could even respond, he was pierced, falling out of the sky. Only then did Yu Shuquang and the others realize that they had been tailed the entire time. They all felt lingering fear. Fortunately, they had not called for reinforcements earlier, or they really would have died a horrible death if the even stronger locust attacked. Now, we'll see just how deep this soaring Locust King's hatred runs. Commander Hua said. Although the soaring Locust King had many clones, only a few could threaten her, and she was constantly being attacked from all sides. It was not necessarily necessary for her to muster such a large force out of hatred. As the river flowed, her emotions fluctuated slightly. She gazed at the bright moon and thought, "Big brotherly, are you all right?" They did not come across any more danger during the rest of the journey. The boat approached Clear River City smoothly. Everyone arrived on the deck. The city was brightly lit under the night sky, reflected in the water of the clear river. The hustle and bustle carried over with the night wind, displaying a long-awaited liveliness. Finally, it was no longer a desolate sight, which roused everyone's spirits. Before Yu Shuquang and the others could celebrate, Commander Hua suddenly looked back. All they saw was a black cloud rising up from the horizon. It was a cloud composed of millions of locusts. There were countless clones of the soaring Locust King with demon chi as well. They lunged towards the boat and Clear River City with an aura that could devour everything. This was the true plague of locusts. Before this devastating disaster, Yu Shuquang and the others all changed in shock. Alarm bells rang out in the prefectural city of Clear River, ringing in everyone's hearts. What heavy demon chi up ahead? Chapter 993. After Li Qingshan arrived in the Green Province, he did not rush to the Clear River Prefecture immediately. Instead, he searched for Ru Xian's whereabouts first. He planned on persuading her to return to the south. He even specially got Little and to divine for this. When he found Ru Xian after quite a bit of effort, she was currently strolling through a desolate village alone, her hands behind her back in thought. She completely ignored Li Qingshan, who descended from above. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Only when Li Qingshan called out to her did she turn around. "What's it got to do with you? Why aren't you cultivating properly in the south? Why have you returned to the Green Province?" Li Qingshan asked. "I've already told you. What's it got to do with you? Don't tell me you can't bear to part with me?" Li Qingshan sniggered and walked over. "I knew it. Someone's delusional again." Ru Xian shook her head helplessly. "Then I don't understand. The Green Province isn't a good place right now, let alone you're dwelling in the Chain Mountains. It can't be compared to the myriad poison cult either. It's greatly detrimental to cultivation. I'd advise you to return to the Mist Province." Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. "Then why do you want to return to the Green Province?" Ru Xian answered with a question. "Don't you know? There's obviously some unresolved grievances. It's the same for me. My master is still in the Clear River Prefecture." Ru Xian thought of the taciturn, dark-skinned old man. If it were not for him, she would have died in the jungle of the Mist Province a long time ago. Although they did not seem close to outsiders, it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as father and daughter. After several decades of tireless guidance, the two words Ru Xian were the greatest hope he had for her. However, she was unable to let go of her hatred, which was why she insisted on heading south to the Mist Province. However, the outcome was not too bad. After settling this grievance, it was time for her to return the favor. As a result, she returned to the Green Province resolutely. As for whether it was because of Li Qingshan, she knew very well herself. That dark-skinned old man. Li Qingshan was stunned. He was glared at by Ru Xian. He smiled and said, "Senior Huaxi. Sure enough, I was overthinking things." "I'm relieved. You can rest assured for the rest of your life," Ru Xian said. "Then why aren't you returning to the Clear River Prefecture? Why are you wandering around here?" Li Qingshan then asked. "I'm thinking about how to deal with this locust plague." "What can you do about that?" "That's the soaring Locust King, one of the 72 demon kings from a few thousand years ago. Even I wouldn't dare say that I can deal with him. The soaring Locust King is only the source of the locust plague. Even if you kill him now, the plague will continue for a long time." "Really?" Li Qingshan was unconcerned. As long as he killed the soaring Locust King, all that remained were regular locusts. What threat would they pose? "Look." Ru Xian waved her hand, and a strip of soil flew out from the soil. She tossed it to Li Qingshan casually. This is a locust egg. There are several dozen eggs in there, and there are 2,000 or 3,000 eggs like this in the small area beneath my feet. Li Qingshan crushed the egg in his hand and did some calculations inside. He could not help but be surprised. 100,000 locusts had actually hatched in such a small area. Across the entire Green Province, that would be an astronomical figure. Along the way, I've seen situations like this everywhere. This is probably all part of the soaring Locust King's plan. All he needs to do is hide and not be found, and the plague of locusts will continue. All the cultivators of the Green Province can do is run around and put out fires everywhere. They'll definitely be ambushed by the soaring Locust King's clones. And if they ignore it, the number of mortals will rapidly decline, and the entire cultivation community of the Green Province will decline. No wonder he was suppressed under the Demon Suppression Hall. Li Qingshan shook his head. This was practically a super terrorist. To be able to fight against the entire cultivation community of the Green Province alone. If his methods were not so insane, he would have to admire this soaring Locust King. Even though I can't do anything to the soaring Locust King, I can deal with regular locusts or even weaker clones. Without these claws, this plague of locusts can be stopped. Ru Xian's eyes shone with confidence. Or the plague. Li Qingshan guessed immediately. That's right. Ru Xian walked as she collected the eggs. She carefully selected them, and no one knew what her criteria were. Locusts can get sick? Li Qingshan caught up with her. Which living thing doesn't get sick? Cultivators don't get sick. All harmful conditions are diseases. It's just that you don't realize it. If you're not careful during cultivation, not only will you not be able to prolong your life, you'll go crazy and die suddenly. It's worse than any disease. Ru Xian tapped Li Qingshan's chest lightly. Compared to Ru Xian's demon, it's a disease of the heart. If you put it that way, it makes sense. Li Qingshan grabbed her hand. It was as warm as jade. Otherwise, what kind of diseases do you think the imperial physicians in the imperial hospital treat? Flu, fever, infertility? Well, infertility still needs to be treated. After all, it's difficult for cultivators to have children. In short, they treat cultivators who won't get sick. Ru Xian held his hand and walked slowly. All right, now you want to cure the soaring Locust King's disease and save the entire Green Province, right? At least you still have some brains. Ru Xian complimented. You're a mutant, but you came all the way to Green Province. You don't even care about yourself. You only care about saving the lives of humans. What kind of mental illness is this? Li Qingshan laughed. Do you understand the benevolence of doctors? Nope. What kind of reward do you think the King of Chu will give me if I manage to research this plague? Ru Xian smiled resplendently, revealing her neat, white teeth. I don't think there's a lack of benefits. Li Qingshan laughed. He couldn't help but admire her intelligence. Then you better hurry up. Don't let others get ahead of you. Normal students of the School of Medicine won't waste their time on this. Ru Xian wasn't worried at all. The foundation of the School of Medicine was to cure diseases, not to create plagues. Even the plague ghost was fundamentally a method of treatment. Killing and injuring enemies was secondary. They wouldn't specialize in creating plagues at all. Although the effects of plagues were terrifying, they were actually very useless. Ru Xian wouldn't have spent so much time and energy on this if she didn't have a deep grudge against them. In a head-on battle, anything was better than using plagues. Moreover, after decades of research and the help of a great cultivator, she was only able to create a decent plague after she passed the second heavenly tribulation. Moreover, it could only be used against enemies at the level of Qi practitioners. Chapter 994. If there's anything you need help with, feel free to ask. Li Qingshan patted his chest before adding, this isn't for you. I have grievances with the soaring Locust King. When I return to the Green Province this time, if I get the chance, I'll finish him off as well. Stay away from me, Ru Xian said. I'm not joking, Li Qingshan said. I'm not joking. Don't you have grievances with the soaring Locust King? If he sees this. Ru Xian raised Li Qingshan's hand and gestured, who knows what accidents might happen. All right then. Li Qingshan let go of Ru Xian's hand. With her cultivation method and cultivation, she basically would not be in any danger as long as the soaring Locust King's main body did not take action. He passed a jade tablet to her. If you encounter any danger, I'll be there as soon as I'm summoned. I hope you finish your pesticide soon. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and bade farewell, but he felt rather reluctant inside. As he gazed at her face, he suddenly thought of how she was completely naked in the gloomy jungle of the Mist Province. He shook his head and dismissed this thought. He hugged her gently, but the sensation of contact was as hard as jade. He smiled. You sure aren't giving me any face. All right, you can take your time with your research. I'm leaving. Li Qingshan took off, returning to Little and the little phoenix's side who waited in the distance. Ru Xian secretly let out a sigh of relief before curling her lips. Pesticide? That's a nice name. Li Qingshan and Little and arrived in the Chain Mountains. Looking out, barren mountains rose and fell. Only the relatively colder, high mountains remained verdant. Thinking back to the sights they had seen along the way, the locust plague seemed even more terrifying than the demon plague of the Mist Province. Father, it's bare here. What's there to play with? After traveling for over 100,000 kilometers, the little phoenix had had his fill of flying. He was in a hurry to find something interesting to do. There's nothing fun here, but this is your dad's house. Li Qingshan and Little and exchanged glances. Warmth filled their eyes. This was the first place they had settled down after leaving the Crouching Ox village. This mountain range? Too ordinary. The little phoenix had witnessed the wondrous sight of Fire Melt Mountain and the majestic scenery of Towering City, so his standards were already extremely high. Even if the U Mountains had not been affected by the locust plague, they were not much better than regular mountain ranges. Not this mountain range, but the one over there. Li Qingshan flew and landed on a protruding cliff halfway up a lonely peak. He stretched out his hand and gently brushed the rock wall. The dust scattered, revealing the 3 words Qing Zhao's home. Opening the mountain door, Little Phoenix rushed into the cave dwelling and quickly flew 1 round. The light emitted from him lit up the dark mountainside as he cried out, "Dad, your home is so small." Small? The place I lived in the past wasn't even 1,000th the size of this place. Just how much hardship did I have to go through to obtain a proper dwelling? I haven't taught you anything after coming out for so long, so you better properly experience this place first, just in case you don't know how fortunate you are. Li Qingshan said in exasperation. The little phoenix's luck was just too good. Not only did he possess the powerful bloodline of the phoenix, but he also possessed the strength of a demon commander the moment he was born. He was taken care of by the divine Wudong tree on Fire Melt Mountain, and he had Li Qingshan's support when he came out. His path of life had basically been smooth without any setbacks at all. If this continued, it would not be a good thing. He did not want to change his name to Tianyi or something in the future. Please don't, Dad. Isn't this even worse than Fire Melt Mountain? The little phoenix lunged over and begged. As long as you defeat this prayer bead, I'll let you out. Otherwise, Little and picked up a skull prayer bead. The little phoenix shook his head forcefully. He had been plucked quite a few more times along the way, so he completely understood one thing. No matter how gentle and kind this woman had become, she was still terrifying deep down. Do you know why I've come to the Green Province? Li Qingshan asked sternly. To slay a dragon. The little phoenix said immediately. You haven't seen the Dragon King of the Sea, but you've seen the Banyan Tree King. They're the equally renowned demon kings of the 10 directions. I remember you said you wanted to help me, Li Qingshan said sternly. Why, yes. The little phoenix hesitated. He had personally witnessed the Banyan Tree King's strength. If he faced an opponent like that, he would not be able to help at all. Or are you just saying that? No, I have to work hard to become stronger. Then let me have a look. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. A child would always be a child. It's just a prayer bead. Come, the little phoenix said to Little and, brimming with fighting spirit. With a flick of Little and's finger, a skull prayer bead turned into a skeletal demon in midair and knocked the little phoenix away. Although the skull prayer beads had been severely damaged in the 3 heavenly tribulations, with more than half of them directly shattered and annihilated, the remaining prayer beads had a qualitative increase in strength. If there were enough resources to repair them, each of them would have the strength of a demon king. The prayer bead that Little and flicked out was the most intact one among them. He pressed the little phoenix down and gave it a good beating while plucking a few of its feathers. However, this stimulated the little phoenix's ferocity even more. It was indeed worthy of being influenced by Li Qingshan's thoughts. I won't be lenient. If you lose, then die. Who wants you to be lenient? Hence, after flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, the little phoenix began an even more arduous prison life. The dark mountainside had become an arena. Go early and return early. Little and signaled to Li Qingshan before sitting down and continuing to meditate on the scriptures. After undergoing the 3rd heavenly tribulation and achieving balance between Buddhism and demonic, she gained a brand new understanding of Buddhist scriptures and dhyana. Right now, she was comprehending the scriptures of the school of Vinaya and the school of Chan once again. Li Qingshan turned around and left the dwelling, returning to the Clear River Prefecture. He planned on meeting a few old friends before heading north to the Chan monastery of Devanaga with Little N. However, he was still 50 kilometers away from Clear River City when demon chi surged into the air in the distance. What heavy demon chi up ahead? As soon as he said that, he heard a bellow from afar where the demon chi surged into the air. All of Li Qingshan's friends must die. Fuck your mother. Li Qingshan flew into a rage. He was no longer in the mood to ride the clouds leisurely anymore. A wave of air suddenly erupted behind him, whistling through the air. The swarm of insects flooded over. Hua Chenglu frowned and formed a seal with her fingers. The fragrance of flowers permeated the surroundings, and the lingering fragrance became tangible, wrapping around everyone on the deck. She suddenly left the dragon ship and flew over the surface of the water, flying towards the Clear River Prefecture. The huge dragon ship glided forwards a little further before being swallowed by the swarm of insects. With an ear-piercing screech, the sturdy hull of the ship was forcefully chewed to pieces by countless locusts. Even the sturdiest keel was gone. The mortals who had been enveloped by the fragrance had never seen such a terrifying sight, even in their nightmares, and they flew over the river without touching the ground. Apart from Yu Shuquang, Huang Binggu, and Lu Hong, who remained composed, everyone else shrieked hysterically. Hua Chenglu knew that this was not something that regular locusts could achieve, and locust demons would never stoop to eating food like that. It was still something the soaring locust king had done. The swarm of insects was not just a collection of locusts. All of the clones of the soaring locust king radiated with surging demon chi, merging with every corner of the swarm. Infected by the demon chi, the regular locusts mutated too. They swelled up, and their mouths sharpened. They went from insects that ate grass to carnivorous beasts. A single one was nothing. They might not even be more powerful than a wild dog, but what if there were millions of them? Although the lifespans of these transformed locusts were extremely short, less than an hour, they were the most vicious aspect of the locust plague. Wherever they passed by, there would be barren wasteland. The soaring locust king isn't just coming for these people. He's going to massacre the entire city. Hua Chenglu understood. Glancing out from the corner of her eye, she saw over a dozen locusts that had reached Demon General Rushover from all directions. Including the boatman and helmsman on the ship, she had several dozen people with her. This was quite a burden on her, so she moved much slower. Just like how the Banyan Tree King and the Great Whale King were known for being big, the soaring locust king was renowned for its speed for being soaring. Which was why the encirclement of the cultivation community of the Green Province had failed time and time again. All of his clones had inherited this characteristic, so they were startlingly fast. Even if Hua Chenglu did not bring anyone with her, it would still be difficult for her to escape. "Commander, this won't do," Yu Shuquang said. "I know." Hua Chenglu's face stiffened. The fragrance that wrapped around her suddenly severed, abandoning all the mortals. She was no longer the little girl from before. Especially after experiencing the Banyan Tree King's wisdom imbuement, she had developed a determination to kill. The mortals stopped crying out and flew forwards a little further. Before they could even realize what was happening, they fell into the river with a plop. No! Lu Hong and Huang Binga cried out miserably. Among them were disciples they had spent many years with, as well as clansmen who had placed all their hopes on them. My apologies, my two fellows. Yu Shuquang sighed. Lu Hong and Huang Bingu were both speechless. With their experience, they could completely understand this choice, but they were unable to accept reality so easily. They had experienced so much danger along the way, yet the outcome was so horrific. Hua Chenglu immediately sped up, but she was not out of danger. The encirclement of the locust demon generals gradually closed in, and the buzzing of their flapping wings constantly drew closer. She tossed out another scarlet talisman, which suddenly turned into a whirlwind, pushing her forward rapidly. She charged out of the encirclement in a single stroke, but before she could even celebrate, a yellow figure flashed before her. A man blocked her way. The man had a pair of antennae on his head, and he wore layers of transparent locust wings on his back. His compound eyes were emotionless as he stared at Hua Chenglu. He asked, "You're also Li Qingshan's friend?" "That's right." Hua Chenglu's heart sank. She secretly took out an escape talisman, but the locust demon before her had already reached Demon Commander. He was far more powerful than her, so she was not confident about escaping even if she used an escape talisman. How bold of you! You can be regarded as a beauty among humans, so you must taste very good. You want to use an escape talisman? Stop dreaming. You can't escape. If you didn't admit it, I might have spared your life, but now. Chapter 995. Lu Zhongqing was handling official business in the government office. Official documents were piled up on the desk like small mountains. Even though he was a foundation-building cultivator whose energy and physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, he was still extremely busy, regretting not resigning from this position earlier. Suddenly, the soaring locust army arrived, and the alarm in the city rang out. He could not even be bothered with regret. He immediately requested reinforcements from the commandery city of Rui as he hurried to the Parlor of Clouds and Rain. In order to guard against situations like this, every single prefectural city had golden core cultivators watching over it apart from large-scale formations. She was the person in charge of the formations. The person in charge of the Clear River Prefecture currently stood on the rooftop of the Parlor of Clouds and Rain. She wore a solemn, black dress, and her face was covered by a thick, black veil. Her phoenix-like eyes stared at the swarm of insects that blanketed the sky. Suddenly, she called out, "Chenglu." She was about to fly up and provide assistance. "Sectmaster Qiu, you mustn't." Lu Chongqing rushed over and tried to dissuade her. "Prefect Lu, Chenglu is still outside," Begonia frowned. "Even if you leave, you might not be able to save Commander Hua. If there's no one in charge of the formations in the city, the soaring Locust King will breach through it very soon. By then, the millions of lives here will all be devoured by the insects." Lu Chongqing bowed to the ground, rather afraid to look her in the eye. Begonia struggled for a moment before sighing in the end. She knew Lu Chongqing was right. Her cultivation was not weak, but she was not skilled in open battles. It was basically impossible for her to save Hua Chenglu from the sea of insects. The most rational choice was to hold on to the formations and buy as much time as possible, waiting for reinforcements from the Rui Commandery. "Chenglu, you must escape," Begonia thought to herself, powering up the formations. Suddenly, she heard the roar of the soaring Locust King, and her heart paused. She thought of the scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed demon instead. The sound waves spread into the distance. Everyone in the prefectural city felt like the roar was right beside their ears. Yu Shuquang and the others bore the brunt of it. They covered their ears and knelt on the ground as blood oozed from their mouths and noses. Their faces were filled with pain. If it were not for the protection of Hua Chenglu's fragrance, they might even have died on the spot. Hua Chenglu trembled slightly, but her expression did not change. She also possessed a few life-saving items, but they were all useless in such a dire situation. Don't tell me I'm really going to die here today? The sky darkened as the cloud of insects passed through, whistling and buzzing as they swept towards the prefectural city in a black mass. The half-man, half-locust, terrifying flying locust demon commander let out a sinister smile. He did not come here just for the 3 words Li Qingshan. Even if Lu Hong and the rest did not know who Li Qingshan was, he would still hunt him down. It would just be a little less fun. If it were only for revenge, there would be no need for such a grand spectacle. A single flying locust demon commander would be enough. Attacking a prefectural city was something he had been planning for a very long time. After the plague of locusts and famine, thousands of villages had become desolate. Large numbers of people gathered in the prefectural city. If he could devour a prefectural city, not only would it deal a heavy blow to the cultivation community of the Green Province, but it would also increase the number and quality of his clones. This was a war between him and all the humans of the Green Province. Whether they were Li Qingshan's friends or not, they would all die. As for Li Qingshan, who had fled to the Mist Province, he would obviously go find him personally once he dealt with the Green Province. Golden light flashed through Hua Chenlu's eyes. Golden vines wrapped around her, blooming with golden sunflowers and erupting with resplendent, scorching light. Thousands of locusts shrieked as they were reduced to ashes. Even the flying locust demon general began to smoke as he retreated. The flying locust demon commander squinted his eyes slightly, and a streak of light shot towards his forehead. This was originally a life-saving sword talisman that the Sword Collection Palace had given to disciples. It was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a second Heavenly Tribulation sword cultivator. Hua Sengzan had specially given it to her. Child's play. The flying locust demon commander's mouth suddenly split open, turning into the mouthpiece of a locust. It bit down on the streak of light and swallowed it. Hua Chenlu immediately used this opportunity to activate the escape talisman, turning into a streak of light and shooting backwards, passing through the surging swarm of insects. You're looking to die. The flying locust demon commander sneered. He did not pursue her. Hua Chenlu's escape talisman was a 5-kilometer escape talisman. It could turn into a streak of light and instantly travel 5 kilometers. Because the flying locust demon commander was blocking the way, the only direction she could choose was behind her. She did not even dare to travel to the left or right, afraid of being intercepted. All she could do was distance herself from the flying locust demon commander as much as possible, as well as the prefectural city of Clear River. However, after flying for 5 kilometers, she failed to escape alive. She discovered that she was in the sea of insects. She could no longer see or hear anything else. Only countless locusts surged towards her from all directions. The sound of their flapping wings was deafening. She just happened to retreat into the depths of the sea of insects. She had just moved from one desperate situation to another. She had already grown accustomed to death, and she had received enlightenment from the Banyan Tree King. Originally, she thought she could face it calmly, but she never thought she would still feel some fear when it really came down to it. She was unwilling to die to the insects, so she wanted to die with them. Don't be afraid. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded out by her ear. She turned around in astonishment and noticed that she wasn't alone in this surging sea of insects. A man was looking at her with a calm smile on his face. The face in her memory didn't seem to have changed at all. Could it be a hallucination before her death? Long time no see, Chenlu. Li Qingshan did not directly charge over because of the soaring Locust King's words. Instead, he completely hid his presence and used another concealment talisman. Seeing how Hua Chenlu and the others were in dire straits, he silently approached them, ready to save them. No one noticed him in the extremely chaotic situation. Big brotherly. Hua Chenlu blinked her eyes and said in disbelief. The swarm of insects suddenly discovered Li Qingshan and surged over to bite and tear at him. Demonify, Li Qingshan muttered. His demon heart flashed, and demon chi surged out violently. 100,000 locusts were knocked away and reduced to dust, creating a hole in the sea of insects. In the center of the hole, Li Qingshan was clad in demonic armor. The horned helmet covered half of his face, only revealing a pair of dark red eyes. His breastplate was like a roaring tiger's head. It was only the simplest form of protection, revealing his powerful, bronze skin. He gave off a vicious presence. "You've returned." Hua Chenglu smiled brightly after her initial shock. "Let me slaughter these insects first, and then we can catch up slowly." Li Qingshan wrapped his left hand around her waist and waved his right hand. Chains of demon suppression. Swish! A chain that resembled a black dragon whistled out. It was several thousand meters long, coiling around his hand. With a gentle shake, it straightened out, and he swung it forward forcefully. The soaring Locust King could not be bothered with tormenting Yu Shuquang and the others anymore. Just when he was about to eat them, he was suddenly alarmed. A black chain suddenly split open the sea of insects, and two figures leapt out. Chains of demon suppression. "You are..." "What, soaring Locust King? You don't even recognize me anymore?" "Speaking of which, we've never met before, so I'll introduce you to me today." Chapter 996. The voice reached the prefectural city. Begonia was stunned, while Lu Chongqing was overjoyed. Qingshan's back. All right. I haven't even gone looking for you, yet you've actually delivered yourself to me. Watch how your friends die first." The soaring Locust King laughed viciously. Over a dozen flying locust demon generals struck out together. Their sharp, spear-like front legs stabbed towards the three of them randomly. However, before their laughter had even subsided, a series of blurs appeared in their eyes. Li Qingshan seemed to appear before every single flying locust demon general at the same time. He swung his fists, knife hand strikes, elbows. In a single moment, the flying locust demon generals were all torn to pieces. Their juices splattered everywhere. Before the flying locust demon commander could even return to his senses, Li Qingshan had already arrived before him. He was basically right in his face. He asked, "Just by you? How is that possible?" The flying locust demon commander paled in fright. Li Qingshan's instantaneous burst of speed was actually enough to leave behind blurs in his eyes. This was not something a golden core cultivator or a demon commander could achieve. Hua Chenglu had already calmed down after seeing him. Hua Chenglu's mind eased up when she saw him. She completely stopped worrying now. As she gazed at his tall figure, the scenes in her memories overlapped. The Westgate Granny of the past, the soaring Locust King of the present. Her opponents ranged from weak chi practitioners to powerful demon kings, but he still stood before her, as if he could block out all the wind and rain. With a flash, the flying locust demon commander retreated rapidly, vanishing into the surging sea of insects. He wanted to use the insect swarm tactic to drown Li Qingshan. "Tell me, you're a mighty demon king, so how can you be so petty? I've only cursed you a little, yet you say something like, all of Li Qingshan's friends have to die. Aren't you a little too stupid?" Li Qingshan walked slowly. He followed the flying locust demon commander at the same pace. The chains of demon suppression wove together into a net-like sphere, whistling as they revolved, tearing apart the locusts that lunged over. After becoming a demon king, even if he did not use any abilities, just his body alone was enough to crush the flying locust demon commander. The reason why he chose to demonify was to hide the demon chi that he leaked out unintentionally, as well as to give his ridiculously tough body a reasonable explanation. "You damned bald donkey." The flying locust demon marshal gritted his teeth. Seeing that he could not escape, he circulated all his demon chi and swiped at Li Qingshan's throat. "Bald donkey. How can I put up with you?" Li Qingshan casually grabbed the flying locust demon marshal's wrist, and the demon suppression chain coiled around him, firmly binding him. He grabbed his head, pulled it in front of him, and pointed at his own head. "This is called hair." The flying locust demon marshal's killing intent skyrocketed. His mouth cracked open into a ferocious mouthpart as he bit down on Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan raised his head and headbutt him. The sharp mouthparts were broken and scattered. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The flying locust demon marshal struggled with all its might, the chains of demon suppression creaking. "Demon suppression!" Li Qingshan chanted, and the demon suppression tower descended from above. With a rumble, it crushed the flying locust demon marshal beneath it. With a thought, the demon suppression tower rapidly shrank, flying back into his hand. He glanced inside, and the flying locust demon marshal turned back into a tiny locust. It seemed to be suppressed by the demon suppression tower very much. "Li Qingshan, you'll regret this," said the flying locust demon marshal. "I think I've heard you say that before. Whatever. If you're dissatisfied, then send your original body." Li Qingshan did not care. He planned on taking the flying locust demon marshal back for Ru Xian to study. If it was useless, then he could get little and to use the Buddha slaying sword. He would definitely be able to injure the soaring locust king's body. Hua Chenglu used her cultivation method to protect the three of them. As she watched Li Qingshan vanish into the sea of insects with the flying locust demon marshal, she became rather worried about whether he would be in danger or not. However, Li Qingshan strolled back. The revolving chains of demon suppression tore apart the locusts that lunged over. Did he escape? Hua Chenglu stopped worrying when she saw how he was safe and sound. With your big brotherly taking action, do you really think he can escape? Li Qingshan showed off the exquisite demon suppression tower in his hand with a smile. Hua Chenglu was surprised. Originally, she thought even if she could not catch up to him after all these years of painstaking cultivation, she would not fall too far behind. She never thought his cultivation would actually reach such an unbelievable level. Qingshan. Before the three of them could even react to what had happened, the name Li Qingshan still echoed through their heads. When they actually looked at the Li Qingshan before them, they felt like they were afraid to recognize him. Sure enough, it's my old friends. The locusts have found the right target. Li Qingshan smiled. Lu Hong, Huang Binggu, and Yu Shuquang had all had important interactions with him in the past, and they had all assisted him in the past. The locusts in the surroundings suddenly stopped attacking them. They flew off in a grandiose manner. Li Qingshan frowned. They sure don't give up. As it turned out, the soaring locust king had not given up even though the flying locust demon commander had been captured. He continued to lead the army of locusts towards the prefectural city. The cloud of insects passed through, and the surroundings lit up. Their field of vision opened up again. All Hua Chenglu saw was the black swarm of insects entrenched in the protective formations, attacking madly without any fear of death. They basically turned the prefectural city into a ball of insects. Before long, the protective formations were on the verge of collapse. It was impossible for a formation that enveloped such a large area to be too sturdy in the first place. After hearing Li Qingshan's voice, Begonia became slightly agitated. She lost some of her control over the formation. With Lu Chongqing at the lead, the cultivators stationed in the city constantly unleashed techniques. Fire, water, and lightning surged into the sky, killing a large number of locusts. However, there were just far too many locusts, numbering in the hundreds of millions. It was impossible to kill all of them. The black cloud of insects remained entrenched in the sky the entire time, as if they were pressing down bit by bit. Even the cultivators could not help but show fear, while the regular people were scared out of their wits. Some hid in the buildings and trembled, while others ran around the streets like headless flies, crying out. It truly seemed like the end of the world. Big brotherly, what do we do? Hua Chenglu asked. If the locusts managed to get into the city, even without a great threat like the flying locust demon commander, they could easily cause hundreds of thousands or even millions of casualties. Easy. Li Qingshan flipped his right hand and lifted up another item. This is the Azura field. Afterwards, it was said that the North Moon had taken away the Azura field, so how did it end up in Big Brotherly's hands now? Li Qingshan tossed the Azura field into the air, and it rapidly expanded, hovering above the clear river prefecture. Suddenly, it released a blood-red swirl, sucking in the swarm of locusts into the Azura field. Their numbers were terrifying, but it was not like there was no way to deal with them. Although the locusts had demonified, they were still regular wild beasts after all. How could they stop a supreme arcane treasure? Li Qingshan. The soaring locust king, will definitely make you die without a proper burial. All of your family and friends will die horrible deaths. The swarm of locusts roared out furiously, vaguely revealing a vicious face. Li Qingshan only responded with a great laugh. Begonia immediately felt the pressure on her lessen drastically. She could not help but look in the direction of the laughter. When she saw Li Qingshan's figure, she could not help but shudder inside. Li Qingshan sensed something and glanced over. So it's her. She really has undergone the second heavenly tribulation already. Although she wore a solemn, black dress, it was unable to conceal her impressive figure. Her face hidden behind the black veil instead added a sense of mystery and allure to her. When he recalled everything from the past, he could not help but nod with a smile. However, Begonia immediately looked away, no longer looking at him. Li Qingshan was rather confused, but he was in no mood to pay attention to this right now. He focused on powering the Azura field and continuing to devour the swarm of locusts. A group of cultivators from the 100 schools of thought had rushed over to provide assistance. They all stopped at this moment, watching this from afar. The Azura field. Li Qingshan. Han Tie's cold face was also slightly shocked. After all these years, had he already become so powerful? Our School of Novels disciple has returned. Lu Chuanfeng was overjoyed. The disciples of the School of Novels behind him had heard the name, Li Qingshan, repeated for many years. However, most of them had not even seen Li Qingshan before and had only heard it as a story. Unexpectedly, seeing him with their own eyes, they found him to be even more amazing than the stories. The cultivators in the prefectural city also stopped casting their techniques and raised their heads to watch this unimaginable battle. After Li Qingshan captured the Flying Locust Demon Marshal alive, the remaining Flying Locust King's clones were completely powerless to deal with such a situation. They could only control their bodies and not be drawn into the Azura field. However, they gradually separated from the ordinary locusts and could only flee in all directions. Li Qingshan appeared in the sky above the prefectural city in a flash. Demon suppression chains flew out and pierced through the backs of the locusts, suppressing and capturing them. In an instant, the terrifying locust plague was completely eliminated. Everyone felt that it was surreal. Li Qingshan still held the small demon suppression tower in his right hand. Many thin chains hung down from his left hand. Each chain had a string of locusts threaded through it, and they were all struggling to move. He dispersed the demonic armor around him and stood in the void. He looked down at the familiar city below and felt the familiar aura. A smile appeared on his face. Everyone was also looking up at him. The cultivators seemed to be looking at an unbelievable miracle, while the mortals saw a savior. "It's Li Qingshan who saved us," someone said. It was all thanks to the Flying Locust King's repeated words. Then, cheers rang out and gradually grew louder. Countless people walked onto the streets and shouted his name. "Hello, everyone. It's just a small matter. No need to be so polite." Li Qingshan smiled and waved at the crowd. The string of locusts in his hand also shook with him. He was in a very good mood. Although he did not mind doing bad things, doing good things still made him quite happy. However, in the eyes of the cultivators, they felt like this would damage his bearing when he swept through the locusts. Even if he refused to leave and hide his contributions and fame, and insisted on enjoying everyone's cheers, he should maintain the bearing that a cultivator should possess. Hua Chenglu smiled. Big Brotherly was still the same Big Brotherly. He would always do something a little strange. "Sect Master Chiao, I'll be the host today. I'll host a banquet in the Parlor of Clouds and Rain to welcome my old friends from the Clear River Prefecture." Chapter 997. Sect Master Chiao, this. Lu Chongqing was tongue-tied. Li Qingshan was a great hero who had saved the Clear River Prefecture after all, so how could she treat him like this? However, ever since Begonia returned to the Clear River Prefecture, she seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only did she investigate deeply, but she had completely vanished from her old ways of using money and power. She would always treat people with some coldness. However, with her cultivation, she obviously had the right to do that. No one dared to say anything. Even now, it was difficult for Lu Chongqing, the prefect of the Clear River Prefecture, to persuade her otherwise. The difference in cultivation was obvious. Li Qingshan was surprised as well. Why did Begonia not seem happy at all when she saw him? Instead, she seemed extremely cold. It was no wonder that she had not contacted him after emerging from seclusion. Did she have a change of heart? However, it was not like he had the right to blame her for her change of heart. If you don't want to welcome me, then don't. Why do you look like a dead man when you're dressed like this? I'm a dead man. Ugh, my condolences. Li Qingshan caught a whiff of heavy resentment, so it was even more difficult for him to say anything. The only person who could make her fall in love with someone else must have been a cultivator. He would not have died of illness or illness for no reason. He must have been killed. Over the past few years, the soaring Locust King had probably caused the greatest casualties among cultivators in the Green Province. As a result, he said, "This soaring Locust King really is despicable." As he said that, he was about to leave, but he heard Begonia say, "It's not the soaring Locust King. It's the Dragon King of the Sea." The Dragon King of the Sea? Li Qingshan stopped. "Sister Qiu, do you still miss that North Moon?" Hua Chenglu walked over. Li Qingshan looked back and looked at Begonia in surprise. Begonia avoided his gaze. "He's just a wretched demon. What's there to miss?" Li Qingshan smiled. "All right, since you're not going to welcome me, let's go somewhere else. We'll come again another day." At this moment, Han Tie and the others arrived on the rooftop. "You guys stay, I'll leave." Begonia flew into the sky. Li Qingshan looked at her flying figure and couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know whether he should be happy or worried about the infatuation of a beauty. Big brotherly, because of the North Moon, Sister Qiu's temper has been rather strange in the past few years, Hua Chenglu explained for Begonia. She did not want the two of them to be on bad terms. "It's nothing, I've seen many weird people." Li Qingshan smiled and asked Han Tie, "Tie, where's your sister?" "He's currently in secluded cultivation in the Rui Commandery." Han Tie was originally rather displeased with Li Qingshan. As soon as this son-in-law of the Han family went to the Mist Province, there was no news of him at all. He was truly irresponsible. However, when he arrived before Li Qingshan, he was unable to voice his displeasure. He was not afraid of Li Qingshan's strength, nor was he grateful for Li Qingshan's benevolence. Instead, he sensed a sense of upliftment and ambition from him. As a cultivator, if he could not forge ahead valiantly and increase his cultivation as much as possible, could he still be considered a cultivator? The teachings of the Han family had always been to look down on those who were infatuated with love. They admired his personality. It was exactly because of this that his elder sister, who had no interest in men at all and could even ignore a handsome man like Hua Sengzan, fell in love with him. Sigh, that sure is unfortunate, but it doesn't matter. I'll be spending a lot of time in the Green Province in the future. Big brotherly, aren't you the White Hawk commander of the South Sea Commandery? Don't you have to return to the Mist Province? Hua Chenglu asked. As a member of the Hawk Wolf Guard, she still valued the authority of the Hawk Wolf Guard very much. I've been promoted. Sir Hawk God, our protector, has personally appointed me to go to the Dragon Province to be appointed, said Li Qingshan. The protector Hawk God. Doesn't that mean you have to go to the Dragon Province? Hua Chenglu was reluctant to part with him. Sir Hawk God can't be so unreasonable. I've been away from the Green Province for so many years, and it's rare for me to return, so I need to get some proper rest. I'll go to the sect and greet my master, and I have some important matters I need to deal with in my life. Yeah, and as a disciple of the School of Novels, you can't not write for so long. Lu Chuanfeng interrupted from the side. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten that I'm still a disciple of the School of Novels. Li Qingshan smiled. Qingshan, you can't forget your roots. You're a member of the School of Novels when you're alive, and you'll be a ghost of the School of Novels when you're dead. Lu Chuanfeng also smiled. You're the one who's dead. All right, I'll start writing again when I have the time, Li Qingshan agreed without any hesitation. Very soon, the banquet was set up on the rooftop. Li Qingshan sat in the main seat like it was obvious. I came back in a hurry this time, so I didn't specially prepare any gifts. However, I did gather some local products from the Mist Province over the years, so please have a taste. The spiritual fruits, medicinal herbs, and alcohol were all spoils of war he had slaughtered his way here. They were no longer of any use to him, so he could only taste them. It was perfect for treating the guests. However, the significance to the Foundation establishment cultivators was completely different. Just from the glow they glowed with, they could tell their value. They only accepted it after a series of excuses, thanking Li Qingshan. Big Brother Li, I heard that the South is a land of wilderness. May I ask how it's different from the Green Province? Hua Chunlu looked at Li Qingshan seriously. Just now, she was unable to see him clearly in the chaotic battle, but right now, she could sense how he was changing within the unchanging. He seemed more and more confident and high-spirited, as if the world was within his grasp. Suddenly, she thought of the kiss from many years ago. In terms of what's special, there's a lot. Li Qingshan drank a cup of alcohol and mentioned the various local customs and practices of the Mist Province, the man-eating, bone-eating tribes, the savage mountain where demonic cultivators gathered, the mysterious Merfolk Sea Fair, the banyan forest that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Hua Chenglu became rather entranced as she listened. Yearning filled her eyes. The distant land of the south was far more wondrous than the descriptions in books. The rooftop fell silent. Everyone else listened attentively too. They were cultivators countless times more powerful than mortals, but just like how mortals could not leave a village or a city, they also had their own restraints. It was possible that they could never reach the distant South Sea in their entire lives. As he spoke, Li Qingshan's gaze drifted about. The scenes of the past flashed through his eyes again, as well as the dangers he could not mention. Only when he returned to his senses and saw the familiar faces and the familiar night scenery around him did he come to a realization. I've really returned. Li Qingshan gazed at the starry sky. He worked hard in search of strength, but strength was not just about defeating something or possessing something. Instead, it was about breaking free from restraints and seeing sights he had never seen before, going to places he had never been to before. Beyond the 9 heavens was still a little far away, but he had not let down his promise to himself. After the banquet, everyone dispersed. Li Qingshan became slightly tipsy. Lu Chuanfeng invited him to return to Cloud Wisp Island to take a look, but he turned it down. I'll return to my dwelling first and deal with the clone of the soaring Locust King. I'll go to the 100 schools of thought in a few days. Afterwards, he left Clear River City. He did not return to the Chain Mountains. Instead, he flew southwest based on his senses and arrived before a lake surrounded by mountains. He sensed the aura from the bottom of the lake and leapt into the water with a smile. Chapter 998. Deep into the night, the prefectural city recovered its peace. On the docks to the west of the city, lanterns lit up with the stars in the sky. The 2 banks of the river were dotted with torches, moving about in the darkness. All the disciples of the Iron Fist headquarters searched along the 2 banks. Lu Hong leaned against a weeping willow as he gazed at the pitch-black clear river silently. Huang Binga pulled away slightly and stood nearby. He was also stern. I'm useless. I've troubled you, master. Li Long knelt on the ground. I'm just a bag of old bones. If I die, then so be it. It's just a pity that your senior brother's family. Lu Hong let out a long sigh and helped Li Long up. It's not your fault. It's all fate. Senior brother is blessed by the heavens, and you're skilled in martial arts. You'll definitely make it safely, Li Long comforted him. Before long, a call rang out from the darkness. Found him. Found him. A disciple of the Drawn Rains village was rescued by a fishing boat and discovered by the searchers. Huang Binga let out a sigh of relief. Very soon, the survivors were found one by one, slightly more than what he had imagined. Over 5 kilometers downstream, Wang Lei emerged from the river with Yi Dachuan, whose fate was unknown. After being tossed into the water, he immediately held his breath and sank to the bottom of the lake. As it turned out, regular locusts still moved based on their instincts. They would not enter the water, but the Clear River Prefecture was famous for its rivers. The water system was well developed, so basically everyone knew how to swim. It was a blessing in disguise. Afterwards, the flying locust demon commander was captured by Li Qingshan, and the soaring locust king ordered the army of locusts to attack the city with everything they had, allowing them to escape. However, many of them were drowned or bitten to death. Their whereabouts were even unknown. Wang Lei personally saw Yi Dachuan's wife flop around on the surface of the water, crying for help. The locusts ate her head off. There was also an unlucky person from the Drawn Rains village who was caught by a locust demon that had lunged into the water. In the blink of an eye, even his bones had vanished. As long as you're alive, as long as you're alive. Lu Hong's eyes were filled with tears as he clutched Wang Lei's shoulders tightly. He didn't have any children, so Wang Lei was like his own son. Master, senior brother, it's cold outside. Hurry up and get on the carriage. Li Long called out to Huang Binggu, Manor Master Huang, I'll give you a ride. There's no need for that. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just let me know. Huang Binggu thanked Li Long, then led the rest of his clansmen away from the dock, disappearing into the streets of the city. Li Long sent Lu Hong to the carriage and was about to follow up when his ears twitched as if he had heard something. Disregarding his status, he lay on the ground and listened carefully. The sound grew louder and louder until he heard a familiar buzzing sound. Li Long stood up in disbelief. As he looked at the stars on the horizon being swallowed by the darkness, he roused all of his spiritual qi and roared out as loudly as he could, "The locust plague." Lu Chongqing had returned from the parlor of clouds and rain. He was in a great mood, and he was slightly drunk as well. He was currently splashing ink freely when he suddenly heard the sound. His hand that held the brush immediately trembled, and the ink spread. A ripple appeared on the surface of the lake, and the moonlight rippled with it. The lake could not be regarded as large, so Li Qingshan arrived at the bottom of the lake very soon. He arrived at the dwelling hidden at the bottom of the lake. Begonia currently sat with her legs crossed, with her back towards him. She said without even looking back, "Li Qingshan, what have you come for? If I remember correctly, I have a share here as well. Your man has returned from danger, so why don't you stand up to welcome him?" Li Qingshan arrived behind her with a smile, extending his hand towards her slender waist. "My man's surname isn't Li." Begonia shone with scarlet light, blocking Li Qingshan's hand. "Is there a difference? But since you like it." Li Qingshan's expression changed. His fangs elongated, and his scarlet hair draped down. His hands forcefully passed through the scarlet light and pulled her into his embrace. He whispered into her ear, "Isn't this better?" "Let go." Begonia's body stiffened. "Since you don't care about me, why did you come?" "Because you care about me." Li Qingshan smiled. "Piss off." Begonia barked. "I'm just joking. I clearly told you to contact me as soon as you emerged from secluded cultivation. You piss off." Begonia shone with scarlet light, dyeing the dwelling at the bottom of the lake red. The lake water above rippled with scarlet light as well. Li Qingshan knew that now was not the time to be reasonable. He apologized by her ear and whispered sweet nothings into her ear. Just as he had expected, the scarlet light gradually dimmed. She no longer resisted violently. Smelling her faint fragrance and embracing her soft body, he felt even more intoxicated. He kissed her cheek through the black veil, but he saw that the corner of her eyes were glistening. She was actually crying silently. He could not help but be taken aback. Cultivators would not experience such great emotional fluctuations easily. Suddenly, he experienced an indescribable feeling, and his lust vanished. He asked gently, "What's wrong? Haven't I returned? What are you crying for?" "I know you're lying to me," Begonia grumbled. "Fine then. I admit I mixed in a little, but it's definitely not a lie," said Li Qingshan. He was not some infatuated man who liked to do whatever he wanted, but he was not a plant. He could not be emotionless. "Then how much did you mix in the parlor of clouds and rain?" Begonia asked. Ever since she emerged from seclusion and returned to the parlor of clouds and rain, she wanted to contact Li Qingshan. However, when she was not around, Li Qingshan had become the owner of the parlor of clouds and rain for a period of time. This was no different from releasing a monkey into a peach orchard. He could indulge himself and do whatever he wanted. Although this was nothing out of the ordinary in the cultivation world, she was the master of the parlor of clouds and rain. It was basically intolerable, so she cut him off in a fit of anger. Cough, cough. That's all for show. I don't have any feelings. Li Qingshan rubbed his nose and felt rather embarrassed. Did you know? Begonia's voice drifted away. I've always been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you to lie to me and coax me. Begonia turned around and looked at Li Qingshan tearfully. Li Qingshan was very touched. He pulled her into his arms and comforted her gently. Begonia pressed her face against his chest. She vaguely made up her mind and wrapped her arms around his waist tightly. The moonlight shone through the lake, reflecting the crystal ceiling. It rippled with a faint, blue light. It was dark and tranquil. A while later, Li Qingshan removed her black veil. Her bare face carried faint traces of tears, but it was as beautiful as a crabapple. His breathing halted. He was slightly taken aback. He smiled. You've become prettier again. No wonder you wear a veil. It's all because of you. Begonia said extremely seriously. She had not wasted the past few years. Instead, she had worked hard on the heart-dying art of rouge. Perhaps it was because she was compatible with the cultivation method, but she progressed rather quickly. She was glowing. Furthermore, he was more confident in using that spell. Li Qingshan was even more touched. He lowered his head and kissed her delicate red lips. After a deep kiss, he carried her horizontally and walked to the thick fur-covered stone bed. He had thought that she would be shy and struggle. He did not expect that she would curl up in his arms, as docile as a kitten. On the stone bed, there was another round of intimate and caressing. Qiu Haitong's face was flushed red. Her cloud-like black hair scattered down. Her ample bosom rose and fell slightly, and her black dress was a bit messy. Your man is not dead. It's too inauspicious to dress like this. How about? Li Qingshan said as he gently hooked her belt. Begonia's face became even redder. She closed her eyes tightly but did not object. Li Qingshan chuckled. He was about to undress the beauty when he saw Begonia's expression change. He could not help but ask, what's wrong? Someone is attacking the prefectural city. I'm afraid it's the Flying Locust King. I have to hurry back. The defensive formation cannot be left unattended. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and pressed down on Begonia's shoulder. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. But, no buts, this is a man's business. With a boom, the lake splashed into the sky. Li Qingshan spread his wings and flew into the astral wind layer. His expression was extremely ferocious. This time, he was truly angry. Any man who was interrupted at this time would want to kill someone. Arriving high in the sky, Li Qingshan summoned the demon-suppressing pagoda with his right hand and asked the Flying Locust Demon Marshal, Flying Locust King, was it you again? How is it, Li Qingshan? You didn't expect this, right? In the words of you humans, this is called a sudden thrust. Do you think I'll be scared just because I lost a few clones? The Flying Locust King said complacently. Ever since Li Qingshan demonstrated startling strength and captured the Flying Locust Demon Commander, he had immediately begun planning a second attack. Sure enough, he had grasped the opportunity. After sweeping through such a large-scale locust plague, everyone relaxed. They felt like they had survived a crisis. Begonia and Li Qingshan left the prefectural city one after another, leaving behind an unattended defensive formation. You're welcome to come a few more times. I'd like to see just how many clones you have for me to kill. Li Qingshan sneered. There's no need for a few more times. Once is enough. I'd advise you to stop, or I'll start a massacre. The Flying Locust King warned. Do you think you can threaten me? You don't care about the lives of others, but what about that bitch from the Hawk Wolf Guard? She's your partner, right? What do you think I'll do once I capture her? Don't you dare. Li Qingshan widened his eyes furiously. He recalled how Hua Chenlu had said she would return to the Hawk Wolf Guard to deal with official matters after the banquet. She was still in Clear River City right now. I've said I'll kill all of your friends and family, but if you're a little more sensible and let go of all of my clones, I can consider sparing that bitch's life. Soaring Locust King, if I don't kill you, My surname won't be Li. Li Qingshan's deep voice was filled with brutal killing intent, which made the soaring Locust King shiver inside. He still wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan had already stowed the demon suppression tower away. He unfurled his wings of wind and flew towards the Clear River Prefecture, stirring up the atmospheric winds. Commander Qian, Commander Qian. I'm Lu Chongqing. The Locust Plague has come again. Please send reinforcements immediately. Lu Chongqing requested reinforcements from the Rui Commandery again. Chapter 999. There were only 1/10 of the number of locusts this time, and their overall quality was nowhere near as great. However, there was still a flying locust demon commander among them. He turned into a huge locust, the size of a soaring dragon ship. He flapped his wings and took to the air before smashing down viciously. This time, no one could stop him. Boom, 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 boom. Without anyone to control the formations, they could only use the most basic of defense. Under the repeated collisions, they reached the brink of collapse very soon. In the hall of the Hawk Wolf Guard, several dozen Scarlet Wolf Guards stood sternly. The great rumble was like thunder, striking against everyone's hearts viciously. The cries of fear from the mortals were like a tsunami, surging into the silent hall and throwing their minds into disorder. Even though they had been through 100 battles, many of their foreheads became covered in sweat. Only the woman before them remained absolutely composed. Commander, what do you think we should do? Yu Shuquang asked. The locust demons are about to break through the city. Disperse. If you have the opportunity to save people, do so. If not, hide and wait for reinforcements, said Hua Chunlu. Everyone looked at one another. An order like that would make them feel dejected without a doubt. Are there any other orders? Yu Shuquang asked. Without my orders, don't return here. Hua Chunlu waved her hand and made her way towards the stairs. Commander, you're staying behind? Yu Shuquang frowned. Although the Hawk Wolf Guard was one of the few structures in the prefectural city that possessed their own formations, the eye-catching Scarlet Hawk on the rooftop would definitely make this place the soaring Locust King's main target. Cut the nonsense and disperse. Hua Chunlu glanced back at Yu Shuquang before disappearing on the stairs. Yes! Yu Shuquang wanted to say something, but he clasped his hands in the end. With his cultivation, he was unable to help her at all. Hua Chunlu immediately noticed everyone's gazes and frowned. If she had guessed correctly, the soaring Locust King's first target this time was definitely her. She seemed to be able to sense the great malice of the flying Locust Demon Commander in the sky. The gaze from her compound eyes pierced through the floors and gathered on her. She directly returned to her room on the top floor. She sucked in a deep breath and took out a formation and a stack of talismans. She began casting them down. With a loud bang, under the bombardment of the flying Locust Demon Commander, the defensive formation gave off a final burst of light before shattering. Billions of locusts came crashing down. Hua Chunlu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of tea. A few flower petals floated over the deep red tea. The floor-to-ceiling window in front of him was covered with talismans, and so were the surrounding walls. They faintly formed a hole. On the ceiling of the room, a small golden bell floated, and a simple golden bell formation was established. But it didn't give her the slightest sense of security. Suddenly, she thought of that tall figure and shook her head with a bitter smile. It couldn't be such a coincidence every time. She downed the tea in one gulp. How long she could last was up to fate. There was only one thing, and that was that he absolutely could not fall into the hands of the enemy. The cloud of locusts split into several large groups above the prefectural city, attacking various regions of the prefecture. After arriving in these regions, they split into several dozen groups again, attacking every single street. They were like a well-trained army. No, even an army could not be so coordinated. A group of homeless beggars fled madly through the streets, almost driven mad by the countless flapping wings. What made them feel even more despair was the buzzing that grew closer and closer behind them. A locust the size of a human head lunged at the young beggar at the very back. Its sharp mandibles bit into his shoulder, and blood spurted out. The young beggar screamed as he struggled desperately, but he was swallowed by the locusts that arrived afterwards. His screams came to a halt. A beggar could not help but look back, but all he saw was a gaping mandible lunging at him. A series of screams rang out briefly before dying down very quickly. The people who had been lunged at by the locusts were devoured very quickly. Not even their bones remained. All that was left behind was a ground littered with tattered clothes and dark red bloodstains. The strength of a single locust was probably not much greater than a wild dog, but their sharp mandibles and the way they flew were all incomparable to wild dogs. The most terrifying part was their bloodthirsty madness. The locusts that had eaten human flesh rapidly swelled, and their demon chi showed signs of condensing too. As long as they continued to eat, not only would they not die rapidly, but they could even become one of the countless clones of the soaring locust king. This was why the soaring locust king did not care about its losses. Regular locusts could be replenished with insect eggs buried deep underground, while clones could be transformed from regular locusts. They could constantly roll on like a snowball until there was no more snow left. At the very front was an old, gray-haired beggar. Every single step he took was more than 10 steps away from others. Even as he fled, he gripped a metal club firmly in his hand as miserable cries rang out. He suddenly stopped and turned around, staring straight at the incoming swarm of locusts. Insect-free world. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a series of blurs with the club. Over a dozen locusts were sent flying. "You damned demonic insects. I am the leader of the beggar sect, Hong." Before the old beggar could finish his sentence, a gust of wind blew past. A giant locust lunged at him. He hurriedly used his metal club to block it. With a crack, the metal club was bitten in half. Duke Jiao. He channeled all his internal energy and slammed his palm on the giant locust's head. Viscous liquid splattered everywhere. If it was a human or beast, they would have been dead for sure. However, the giant locust only paused for a moment before its mandibles continued to bite down. Crack! Duke Jiao, the beggars wailed. An old head flew into the air, filled with disbelief. Before it landed on the ground, it was grabbed by a locust and started devouring it. The life force of insects had always been renowned for its toughness. Even the most ordinary of insects was like that, let alone one of the clones of the soaring locust king. The soaring locust king used regular locusts to deal with regular people, and it controlled clones of different powers to hunt down these humans who could still put up a fight. It did not blindly use the tactic of swarming them. Instead, it pushed its advantage in numbers to the limit, doing its best to devour as many humans as possible. It was like a cold chess player overlooking the chessboard. Even when they hid in buildings, they were unable to stop the locusts from breaking in. The most powerful clone of the soaring locust king that directly led the army of locusts, the flying locust demon commander, stood in front of a gate in the city that was extremely difficult to breach. Bitch, bitch, bitch. Get your ass out here. The flying locust demon commander swung its right claw violently. Light surged, and wood and rock were sent flying. The formations of the Hawkwolf Guard were ripped apart in a single move, leaving behind 4 terrifyingly huge claw marks. Kacha-kacha. Crack! The floor-to-ceiling window in front of Hua Chunlu began to crack. Over a dozen talismans were reduced to ash, revealing a vicious face that was half human, half locust. It was less than 3 meters away. Chapter 1000. Right when the flying locust demon commander was about to breach the city, the woman's figure vanished from the slope outside the Clear River Prefecture. All that was left was the rustling of the night wind. Amidst the chaotic streets, the way she moved reminded one of the word wandering. She evaded all the obstacles silently and swiftly. Her body blended into the surrounding scenery. Be it humans or locusts, they could not see her. A large swarm of insects blocked her path. She turned around and stepped into a remote alleyway. A locust suddenly rushed towards her. It carried a child with its 6 legs as it wailed aloud. My child! My child!" With a miserable cry, A disheveled woman rushed out of the main entrance without any regard, chasing after the locust. The woman tilted her body slightly and brushed past the locust. The locust bit the child and blood spurted. A droplet of blood stopped in the air and landed on the woman's cheek like a red mole. She smiled and extended her tongue to lick away the blood. She cast the cries from the alleyway behind her and arrived near the Hawkwolf guard very soon. She exhaled gently, and her aura became even deeper. She slowed down a lot again. She happened to see the eagle forged from copper fall from the top of the building, producing a great rumble and kicking up a cloud of dust. Hua Chunlu retreated into the center of the room, if it could still be called a room, below the small, golden bell. "Don't be afraid, little treasure. I won't kill you." The flying locust demon commander stepped into the room and made his way towards her. As he spoke, his mandibles opened and closed. With a thunk, a golden bell constructed from spiritual light enveloped Hua Chunlu. The bell chimed melodiously. The flying locust demon commander placed his claws on the golden bell, and the chimes immediately twisted. The golden bell twisted and ripped apart as well. He suddenly swung his right claw. "Get out here." Determination filled Hua Chunlu's eyes. They shone with dazzling light, vaguely resembling a blooming sunflower. "You want to die? It won't be that easy. What is this?" The flying locust demon commander's movements stiffened. He lowered his head and looked down. A beautiful, tiny snake had pierced through the floor and bit his ankle, accompanied by intense pain. In the deep darkness outside the building, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up. A thin pupil in the golden whites of the eyes met the compound eyes of the flying locust demon commander. His body was dyed with a layer of gray, as if he was about to turn into stone. "Viper hell!" With a hair-raising hiss, countless snakes shot out of the darkness and bit the flying locust demon commander. "Ah!" The flying locust demon marshal howled, feeling the pain that penetrated deep into his soul. "Sister Qinglu, now is not the time to seek death." Qian Rongji walked out of the darkness and stepped into the broken room. Her snake eyes made her smile a little scary. "Big Sister Qian, you've come so quickly." Hua Chunlu was surprised. It still took her some time to get here from the Rui Commandery. "Sister Qinglu is in trouble, so of course I have to be quick," Qian Rongji said. "You and the city are both very good bait. Bitch, you're courting death." The flying locust demon commander shuddered, and the grayish-white petrification collapsed. With a roar, he turned around and lunged at Qian Rongji. Even the coiling snakes were unable to restrain him. Qian Rongji's pupils returned to normal, and 2 streaks of bloody tears rolled down her cheeks. She had suffered a backlash from the technique. She thought, he really is a great demon king after all. His willpower is startlingly great. He can maintain such mobility in the Viper Hell. "Be careful," Hua Chunlu called out. If a golden core cultivator was approached by a powerful carapace demon commander, there would basically be no good outcome. However, the flying locust demon commander paused and lowered his head in disbelief. Qian Rongji gently pressed her hand against his chest. The heaven-climbing vine penetrated his tough carapace, reaching into every corner of his body. Qian Rongji closed her eyes and revealed a joyful expression. Endless power surged into her body. Even the pain from the snakes subsided. If the locusts had come here to massacre the city and eat the people, then she had come to eat the flying locust demon commander. "I'll remember you," the flying locust demon commander said viciously. With a thump, his body collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. He was even lighter than she had imagined, as if he was just an empty shell. He no longer possessed the slightest hint of life. "Thank you, Sister Qian." Hua Chunlu thanked her politely. Qian Rongji had a very good reputation in the Rui Commandery, and she had always been kind and gentle to people. However, after the wisdom imbuement, she always developed an instinctive sense of vigilance, or perhaps fear, towards Qian Rongji. Just like how a newborn calf did not fear a tiger, only the ignorant could be fearless. The wisdom that the Banyan Tree King had shared with her allowed her to distinguish many dangers that regular people could not sense. "You're welcome." Qian Rongji smiled. The tiny snake slithered back onto her skin, slipping under the White Wolf commander's uniform. Suddenly, she turned around and said, "The person you've been waiting for has arrived." Boom! A black figure descended from the sky, and Li Qingshan emerged from the cloud of dust. "Qinglu, are you fine?" "Big brother Li, I'm fine. Sister Qian saved me." Hua Chenglu made her way over. "Qian Rongji." Li Qingshan frowned and gazed at Qian Rongji. He never thought she would actually undergo the second heavenly tribulation too. "Long time no see, Qingshan." Qian Rongji greeted him warmly. Her face brimmed with a warm smile, but she felt a powerful pressure, as if a vicious tiger was staring at her. "Don't smile at me," Li Qingshan said. "Sorry, I forgot." Qian Rongji's smile vanished as well. She gave off a cold aura and asked, "What do you mean?" Hua Chenglu was taken aback. She had never seen Qian Rongji act like that before. She drew closer to Li Qingshan instinctively. "No problem." Li Qingshan glanced at the corpse of the flying locust demon commander on the ground. Just like many years ago, there was no need for empty thanks between them. All they needed was an actual exchange of benefits. Li Qingshan did not want to owe this woman a favor either. "Let's talk about it later. Although I don't mind looking at this a little longer." Qian Rongji gazed out of the building. The noisy night had yet to pass. Many places were lit up. The locust army in the city had already collapsed. They hunted with their instincts to devour flesh and blood. When the flying locust demon commander was slain, they had retreated from all their clones and fled in all directions. As a result, Li Qingshan played the role of savior again. However, this time, his Azura field could only suck away the locusts on the streets. Most of the locusts were hunting humans in the buildings, so he was forced to engage in even more complicated battles in the streets. He was powerful, but he could not help but feel rather restrained. With a thought, Yin Qing descended from the sky with a group of Azura and began a search through the entire city. Only then did they manage to stop the mad slaughter of the locusts. Afterwards, the 100 schools of thought sent reinforcements, and Begonia rushed over as well. They busied themselves for most of the night before cleaning up all the locusts in the city. Their corpses piled up like mountains. Begonia maintained a cold and distant relationship with Li Qingshan. She began rebuilding the formations, so she definitely could not leave as she pleased. Li Qingshan gazed at the eastern sky that was about to brighten. He could not help but grind his teeth in hatred. He should not have spent the night like this. He decided to return to the Chain Mountains first and get little and to use the Buddha slaying sword to cut down the damned clones of the soaring Locust King. However, he was stopped by Qian Rongji again. He said impatiently, "What do you want? Hurry up and say it." Chapter 1001. The morning light landed on Qian Rongji's white clothes. She had given up on her arts of charm a long time ago, but she possessed a brand new luster that surpassed anything in the past. "What do you want to do?" Li Qingshan was rather surprised. "What do you think I can do?" Qian Rongji answered with a question. No matter what she did, she always had a clear objective, but right now, she felt rather lost. She just wanted to see him, but she had no idea why. "Do you know what kind of opportunity you've wasted? Why don't you keep it simple and tell me what you want?" Li Qingshan said. "I don't lack this opportunity. If you turn me down, then forget I said anything," Qian Rongji said. "You want to see her, but she might not want to see you. Then please tell her that whether she wants to see me or not, we're even now." Li Qingshan glanced at Qian Rongji deeply and nodded. "All right, I'll tell her." "Thank you. I'll wait for her at the 100 schools of thought. I'll help you watch over your woman as well." In order to prevent the soaring Locust King from making a comeback again, she had to remain in the Clear River Prefecture for a while and wait for the construction of the new protective formation to be completed. "Since you've said that, don't blame me for holding you accountable if anything happens to her." With that, Li Qingshan took off, returning to the Chain Mountains and the Qingxiao dwelling. Little and was still puzzled over how he had returned so quickly, so he listened to Li Qingshan explain what had happened. The soaring Locust King is the cream of the crop both in terms of strength and strategy. It's no wonder the locust plague has lasted for so long. I'll definitely kill him. Li Qingshan's anger had yet to subside. His killing intent overflowed. His hatred towards the soaring Locust King had almost surpassed his hatred towards the Dragon King of the Sea. Although the Dragon King of the Sea had killed him once, it was only a regular battle between cultivators. He did not have to be so disgusting. Father, I'll help you. Ouch! As soon as the little phoenix called out, he was bitten viciously by the skeleton demon again. His feathers ruffled. Brat, let's talk after you pass the trial. Li Qingshan smiled, before saying to Little N, help me vent my anger first. Kill this demon commander clone of his, then kill all of his clones. I'll show him just how powerful I am. He summoned the demon-suppressing pagoda and said to the flying locust demon marshal, how is it? You lost again, right? Fight me. Li Qingshan, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you might not be so lucky. The soaring Locust King replied immediately, his tone full of threat. Cut the crap, your time of death has come. Death? You killed one of my doppelgangers, but I still have thousands and thousands of doppelgangers. One day, I'll eat you alive, bite by bite. The soaring Locust King laughed maniacally. Little N's sword pierced through the body of the flying locust demon marshal. Legend has it that in order to deliver all living beings from suffering, Buddha incarnated himself into billions of forms. He was both 10,001. And this sword was the Buddha slaying sword. Even if it could slay 10,000, it could also slay one. In an instant, tens of thousands of miles away, an identical sword scar appeared on the back of the soaring Locust King. A dense aura of death lingered on it, not only preventing the wound from healing, it was also rapidly spreading in all directions. What sword is this? The soaring Locust King was shocked and furious. In the past, even if his clone was reduced to ashes, it wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on his body. Now, not only was his main body injured, it was also quite serious. The sword that killed you. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because you have so many avatars? Li Qingshan laughed heartily, venting his anger. After Little and assassinated the flying locust demon marshal, he attacked again and again, killing the flying locust demon generals one by one. The soaring Locust King's original body was riddled with wounds. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Qingshan, consider yourself ruthless. Let's wait and see. The flying locust clones that were entangled in chains immediately stopped moving. He cut off his connection with these clones. Little and put down the Buddha slaying sword. What a pity. It would be great if I could kill him like this, Li Qingshan said. However, he knew that he was thinking too much. Even if he stabbed the soaring Locust King's main body with a sword, it would be difficult to take his life. There will be a chance. The sword wounds on his body won't recover so quickly. I can try to divine his location. However, Little and tried to divine, but the result was very vague. Her divination technique could no longer keep up with her current cultivation, and the other party's realm was also there. There's no rush. I'll kill him sooner or later. Li Qingshan left some locusts for Ru Xian to use as experimental subjects, and gave the rest to Little and to refine. Although the locusts were weak, their numbers were too large. They piled up into small mountains in the Azura field. Although the number of locusts in the second locust plague was only a tenth of the first, the number of people who lost their lives to the locusts was close to 1 million. Li Qingshan also collected these locusts' corpses, which was equivalent to indirectly becoming Little N's resources. Their value was no less than the first locust plague. Although it was a little strange, Li Qingshan was not that unreasonable. On the other hand, Little N put her palms together and silently chanted for a while. Only then did she wave the samadhi flames of white bone and devour the mountains of corpses. For the current her, this was a timely rain. After passing through 3 heavenly tribulations, other than the Buddha slaying sword that had been improved, the skull prayer beads and blood sea banner that should have become stronger were in a half-useless state. It was just right to use this sum of resources to repair them. Only then could her strength reach its peak. However, she made a rough estimate. Although this amount of resources could be said to be vast, She was afraid that she could only repair one of the white bone treasures to a perfect state. After thinking for a while, she decided to start with the skull prayer beads. The blood sea banner could form a space of its own and trap enemies within it. However, its functions overlapped with the Azura field, so it was not as practical as the skeleton demon formation formed by the skull prayer beads. Thus, with a wave of his hand, the skull prayer beads scattered and transformed into skulls in midair. They spun around and cackled strangely. The skeleton devil that was fighting with the small phoenix also transformed into a skull and entered the skull prayer beads. However, other than it, the other skulls all had some cracks on them. Some had broken horns, while others had broken teeth. The Buddha-slaying sword led the way, and the samadhi flames of white bone soared up. The skulls took in large gulps, and the cracks slowly healed. The little phoenix retreated to the bottom of the mountain and gazed at the blazing samadhi flames of white bone, instinctively feeling fear. Very soon, Daddy will take you out to play. Li Qingshan patted the little phoenix's shoulder and also arrived in a corner of the dwelling, beginning to cultivate. He was not practicing the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but the demon suppression statuary. The 9 transformations of the demonic and divine had reached a new bottleneck. It would be difficult for him to break through again in a short amount of time, but the demon suppression statuary was a new fortuitous encounter. After becoming a demon king, his demonic nature had strengthened a step further, laying down a firm foundation for tempering his demon heart. Moreover, he still possessed the demon hearts of many demon kings as resources. Everything was ready. Although he only knew the first 8 layers of the demon suppression statuary, as the peak cultivation method of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, as long as he could master the first 8 layers, it would be enough for him to reach the realm of Demon King. Chapter 1002. In the pitch-black belly of the mountain, demon chi surged below, while bonefire surged above. The demon chi contained endless malice, while the bonefire contained countless wailing faces. It was quite the sight of evil and demonic cultivation. The little phoenix turned back into human form and stared at this blankly. Suddenly, he felt an urge to go home. The outside world was far too dangerous, and the 2 people beside him were even more dangerous among dangerous people. If it were not for the fact that they did evil unintentionally, the damage they could cause in the human world would definitely be no less than the soaring Locust King. He shook his head forcefully. If he could be frightened by something like this, then what was the point of leaving Firemount Mountain? He would be better off staying in the Phoenix's nest for the rest of his life before beginning a new round of trials. The content of the trials was to use his own willpower to resist the terrifying mental pressure. All of the skull prayer beads were repaired. The skulls began to spit out samadhi flames of white bone instead. The roaring flames constantly condensed, contracted, and collapsed, condensing into a new skull prayer bead. Li Qingshan stood right below. His robust body was enveloped by demon chi, like a demon suppression tower. Suddenly, he began to move, constantly changing his posture and figure. He moved extremely slowly, pulling in the surging demon chi. With every movement, he would leave behind an afterimage. Just now it had dispersed. It was the appearance of the demon suppression statues, but upon closer inspection, they seemed slightly different. It lacked the painful struggle of the demon suppression statues, but there was a sense of recklessness and wildness. The former was constantly suppressing and controlling himself, while the latter was releasing everything and doing whatever he wanted. He followed the normal order at first, going from the 1st to the 8th, and then from the 8th to the 1st. After repeating this over 1,000 times, his entire body shuddered with demon chi and completely messed up the order. He jumped from the 1st to the 7th, and then back to the 4th. His movements became more and more sluggish, but the little phoenix felt an even greater pressure. He resisted the urge to retreat, gritting his teeth and enduring silently. Gradually, Li Qingshan's movements became smoother and smoother, reaching a level where he could move them freely. However, his brows were still tightly furrowed. He felt that something was off. After a moment of thought, His demon suppression statuary had deviated from the normal direction. The first layer should have been initial remorse of the demon heart, but what he comprehended was remorseless demon heart. At that time, he had already condensed the deep sea pearl and reached the second heavenly tribulation realm, so he didn't feel any changes. But when he tried to use the demon suppression statuary to break through a major realm, he immediately felt the immense difficulty. It wasn't easy to break away from the mold of the predecessors and carve out a path of one's own. The cultivation method left behind by the predecessors could not be understood however you wanted. Instead, you had to try your best to match the intentions of the predecessors in order to master the cultivation method. Little N's changes to the path of white bone and great beauty allowed Buddhism and the demonic to coexist, and there was even a possibility that it suited the white bone bodhisattva's intentions. After all, the white bone bodhisattva had been a Buddhist powerhouse throughout her long life, and the path of white bone and great beauty was basically built upon her Buddhist cultivation. However, it was impossible for the demon folk who created the demon suppression statuary to have a remorseless demon heart. Otherwise, why the hell would he create a cultivation method? All he had to do was work as a demon folk, an occupation with a very promising future. This was equivalent to an article. Not only did the reader fail to understand the author's intentions, but they even had completely opposing thoughts, so it was very difficult for them to immerse themselves in it. All they could do was give up on reading it and read it through reluctantly, but they would not be able to understand its essence. The more powerful the cultivation method was, the more difficult the article would be. If they wanted to understand its essence, they would need greater ability to comprehend, or they would be able to connect with the author. The cultivation community was full of things like this. A minor cultivator with mediocre ability to comprehend, or even mediocre talent, would suddenly soar up after obtaining a powerful cultivation method. This was not just because the cultivation method was powerful, but because the reader and the author were connected. This was why it was very difficult for future generations to reach the heights of the creator when they practiced a cultivation method. No one's temperament and circumstances were exactly the same. However, Li Qingshan did not possess little An's ability to comprehend the demon suppression statuary forcefully. It was impossible for him to change his mood and connect with the demon folk, much less give up on the demon suppression statuary. All he could do was reach a special bottleneck. He took out the Azura field again and stepped into it, arriving in an even vaster world. He bellowed out, "Demon suppression!" Swish! Chains of demon suppression flew out, wrapping around him firmly. Still not enough. Boom! The demon suppression tower descended from above, pressing down on him and trapping him. He was basically immobilized. The first thing the demon suppression statuary suppressed was his inner demons. What allowed him to break free from the chains and smash through the tower was not strength or abilities, but the resolve in his heart. Only true resolve could assist him in practicing the demon suppression statuary. Time passed by in a hurry. Little An's skull prayer beads condensed one by one. He had already surpassed his original number, advancing towards a higher realm of cultivation. The demon suppression tower stood on the blood-red ground like a lone mountain, trembling gently and rumbling. Under the restraints of the chains, Li Qingshan sweated profusely as he danced about with everything he had. He gritted his teeth. His face was twisted, and his movements did not change at all, but the resolve he sought never arrived. Initial remorse of the demon heart, initial remorse of the demon heart, initial remorse of the demon heart. He repeated inside before finally cursing, "Remorse my ass." He did not feel like he needed to feel remorse. This was not because he was particularly powerful, but because he was not born as a demon folk. He possessed normal human nature in the first place, so he did not need to struggle against his innate instincts like the demon folk. After calming down and thinking about it, this kind of struggle was basically a form of betrayal. It was just like how the fire devourers insisted on switching to a water cultivation method. Even he could not help but admire them. My master is also a human. Not only is his bloodline purer than mine, but his human nature is probably much better too. How did he do it? Li Qingshan muttered to himself. He knew the unraging monk had used the demon suppression statuary to break through the third heavenly tribulation, which left him very confused. Qingshan, the unraging monk, is devoted to Buddhism, but he also abhors evil. Afterwards, he lost himself in the slaughter. By the time he came to his senses, his hatred was no longer limited to external enemies, but also his murderous and evil self. He obviously needs to feel remorse for this. Little Anne's voice suddenly rang out. I see. Then I'm done for. Li Qingshan grinned. The demon folk wanted to possess human nature, while the unraging monk wanted to become an eminent monk of great virtue. Both of them had higher pursuits, which was why they regretted the various demonic thoughts in their hearts. However, he was only a mortal. He had love and hate, emotions and desires. Good and evil were one, both divine and demonic. Although he liked to do whatever he wanted, he had his own set of principles. Everything he had done in his life could not be described as having a clear conscience, but he believed he had done his best. He felt good about himself, which was why he had no regrets. But if he had no regrets, why did he need to suppress demons? Chapter 1003. Trapped in one's own web. Li Qingshan immediately thought of this phrase. Then, he sat under the demon suppression tower and pondered for 3 days and 3 nights, but he still could not come up with a solution. Little Anne was also helpless. Unless he abandoned the demon suppression statuary and cultivated in a different cultivation method, how could he hope for the same result if he planted a different seed? On the 4th day, the demon suppression chains clanked. Li Qingshan stood up and said impatiently, "Forget it. Can't I break through and become a demon king if I can't comprehend the demon suppression statuary?" Li Qingshan took out a handful of demon hearts. These demon hearts were crystal clear and contained boundless demonic energy. They were the spoils of war from wiping out the demons in southern border, the demon king's heart. The demonic nature contained in these demon king's hearts were all different, but they did not lack malice or slaughter. He wanted to extract the portion of power that was compatible with his demon heart and then prove his Tao through strength, forcefully breaking through to the demon king realm. He waved his hand, and the demon hearts of various shapes and colors floated around him, glowing with a faint demonic light. Little Anne had already completely erased their spirituality, so he did not have to worry about any backlash. The only thing he had to worry about was cultivation deviation, and Li Qingshan was about to. As the demon hearts lit up, the demon suppression tower grew 10 times larger, like a towering mountain, suppressing all demonic energy. Li Qingshan's shoulders sank as he felt the pressure increase, but he stood there steadily, not moving at all. With his ox demon strength, how could he be suppressed by a demon suppression tower? He opened his mouth and inhaled. Streams of demonic energy surged out of the demon hearts and surged into his mouth, rampaging through his body like a surging flood. If he was just a demon general, his body would have exploded and he would have died. How could proving one's Tao through strength be so fun? However, as a demon king, his body was extremely tough, like the sturdiest dam. The torrent of demonic energy could only surge within it, and the demonic chi on his body continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. The demon suppression chains grew thicker and thicker, locking down all the joints in his body firmly, almost drowning his figure. Li Qingshan did not care. As he sucked in large mouthfuls of demonic energy, he forcefully circulated the demon suppression statuary and guided the surging demonic energy into his demonic heart. Kacha! His demon heart shone brilliantly, but cracks appeared on it. Although his body was strong, his demon heart wasn't that strong. It was unable to withstand this immense force and was about to explode. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan remained unmoved. He shouted in a low voice. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared above the demon heart and shone with faint light. It easily suppressed the demon heart, using external force to forcefully maintain the stability of the demon heart. He didn't care whether he was aware of it or not. He just wanted to force himself on her, piling up the quantity to cause a qualitative change. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare to do this. However, he was best at using force, and he had the capital to do so. The demonic energy surges. The light armor on Li Qingshan's body spreads continuously, covering his entire body. His body turned into a suit of heavy armor again. Other than the bull's horns on the armor and the tiger's head on the breastplate, it had completely changed its appearance. There was a hideous ghost face on the visor. It constantly twisted and changed, making various expressions. As the demonic energy constantly surged in, the armor became even heavier. In the end, it no longer seemed like armor, but more like a mecha from a sci-fi movie. It collided with the chains of demon suppression, producing the sound of metal grinding against metal. If there's a problem that power can't resolve, then it must be because your power isn't great enough. This saying might not have been applicable on Earth in his past life. The laws of birth, death, sickness, and death could not be resisted no matter how much power or wealth one possessed. However, it was the truth in this world of cultivators. As long as they were powerful enough, the laws of the world could still be trampled underfoot. Right now, Li Qingshan was using his own strength as a foundation to cultivate in a way that others would never even dare to imagine. The cracks on the demon heart were already as dense as a spider's web, completely maintained by external force. However, he continued to devour the demonic energy, making the cracks even denser, splitting the demon heart into even finer grains of sand. As his demon chi grew slightly stronger, the pressure from the demon suppression tower and the restraints from the chains of demon suppression grew slightly stronger, turning into a dead knot. However, while the demonic nature of the enemy was stronger, the demon suppression statuary would be even more powerful. Even if the unraging monk tossed out the demon suppression tower, he would not be able to suppress demon god Qiongqi. Everything had a limit. Using the demon king's heart as a foundation, Li Qingshan pushed the demon suppression statuary to such an extreme very soon. A crack suddenly appeared on the towering demon suppression tower. He snickered and continued to refine the demonic energy. The crack spread across the entire tower very soon. By now, Li Qingshan had already turned into an armored monster over 100 meters tall. He no longer cared about the appearance of the demon suppression statue. He dragged the heavy chains of demon suppression behind him and slammed the demon suppression tower with his fists. The chains of demon suppression produced the sound of metal being stretched and twisted. Break! Li Qingshan shuddered and stretched his arms as hard as he could. The chains of demon suppression shattered inch by inch, and he slammed into the tower. With a great rumble, the demon suppression tower collapsed loudly, turning back into surging demon chi and surging back. His demonified body swelled up further, reaching several hundred meters in length. Just now, it stopped. The demon heart that had always been on the verge of shattering began to condense again, turning into the heart of a demon king. The huge set of demonic armor was wrapped in chains, but they were no longer restraints, but weapons. A straight horn protruded from the center of the helmet, pointing diagonally at the sky. It happened to be the shape of the demon suppression tower. Li Qingshan sensed the brand new power in his body and felt delighted inside. All butterflies were trapped in their own cocoons, so why would they have to worry about not being able to break free? There were still various problems that needed to be resolved urgently, such as the lack of tempering of his power, which made him extremely clumsy and heavy after demonification, or the fact that he was in a berserk state after demonification, or the fact that the quality of his demon heart was much worse without the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. However, a demon king was a demon king. All of these problems could be resolved slowly. He was confident that he could control whatever state he was in. That was enough. With a thought, Li Qingshan turned into a demonic and divine body that stood over 700 meters tall again, donning a set of dark red demonic armor. Checking it out, he did not expect it to fit him quite well. In the end, he reverted to his human form and dispelled his devilization. However, he discovered that his entire body was covered in demonic runes and demonic energy. If he wandered about outside, other cultivators would probably be able to discover a great demon king like him from 50 kilometers away. With his current appearance, he definitely could not enter the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Fortunately, he had the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. Not only did it suppress the demon chi, but it even purged the demonic glyphs. Li Qingshan arrived outside the Azura field and handed the demon hearts that had yet to be used up to Little, and spiritual medicines and spiritual stones were basically useless to her, but demon hearts and demon folk grew together. They were not condensed from pure power like golden cores. Instead, they were rather similar to Buddhist cultivators' sariras. She tossed these demon hearts into the blood sea banner and slowly melted them away. Time flew by. Little and continued refining the skull prayer beads, while Li Qingshan began tempering the demon hearts. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. On this day, a woman in red arrived outside Qing Zhao's dwelling and probed Qingshan. Xiongji. Chapter 1004. Li Qingshan rejoiced inside. He immediately stopped cultivating and stood up. Right when he was about to leave, he sensed another aura. An armored man stood on the mountain opposite Qing Zhao's dwelling. He seemed to be in his 30s or 40s, and he was at the second heavenly tribulation. He had a square face with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a high nose bridge. He seemed rather masculine. Junior sister, is this really his dwelling? Senior brother, do you think I'd even remember something like that? Han Xiongji said. You've misunderstood, junior sister. I don't think the Chain Mountains are some famed mountain with abundant spiritual qi. It doesn't seem to match the White Hawk Commander's identity, which is why I have this question. Not to mention, it's been so many years, so it's nothing strange even if you remember incorrectly, senior brother, you said. How can I remember incorrectly? When he built this dwelling, he wasn't even some White Hawk Commander yet. Han Xiongji became nostalgic, but she was also rather disappointed. Sigh, looks like he's not in the dwelling. Junior sister, don't blame me for being rude. Since he's returned to the Green Province, he should have come to see you as soon as possible. Why did he make you come find him instead? This was the first time, senior brother, you had seen Han Xiongji dress up so meticulously in all these years. She was radiant, and he could not help but sigh inside. He saw Tie and knows I'm in secluded cultivation, Han Xiongji explained. If it were me, I'd definitely wait at the entrance for you to emerge. That's the only way I can demonstrate my sincerity, senior brother, you smiled. If you keep talking nonsense with me, I'll get him to beat you up. Han Xiongji said in exasperation. Haha, that's exactly what I wanted. I've heard you mention it for so many years. I've wanted to compete with this renowned Li Qingshan a long time ago. Senior brother, you laughed aloud, raring to go. There's no need for a competition. Go find a locust plague yourself. You'll be impressive if you survive. After leaving the Green Province for so many years, Li Qingshan swept through the locust plague as soon as he returned, saving the prefectural city of Clear River. His reputation flourished once again, and Han Xiongji felt proud too. Junior sister, you're making things difficult for me. I don't even have the Azura field. How can I deal with so many locusts? Senior apprentice brother, you explained. He was extremely envious of Li Qingshan. The Azura field was a supreme treasure of the military, and not only was it extremely beneficial to one's cultivation, it also had many other miraculous uses. In all of Qing Province, there was only one great general king, and now there was a second one. Cut the crap. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Han Xiongji turned around and was about to leave when the stone door suddenly opened. She turned around and saw the familiar figure and smiling face. Her heart skipped a beat and she couldn't say a single word. Li Qingshan's heart was also not calm. Seeing her fiery red dress, he recalled the past and arrived in front of her in one step. He embraced her and said apologetically, I've made you wait for a long time. It's okay. Han Xiongji shook her head, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She raised her head and touched Li Qingshan's cheek as if she was confirming that this was not a dream. It's good that you've returned alive. I've always been worried that you'd been killed in the south. Don't you know how powerful your husband is? Only I kill people. Why would anyone want to kill me? Li Qingshan stuck out his chest. Seeing how happy and excited she was, his heart was filled with endless tenderness. Stop bragging. Han Xiongji's voice was gentle. Senior apprentice brother, you blinked. He even began to doubt whether this was the little junior sister he knew. Xiongji, who is this fellow? Li Qingshan glanced at senior apprentice brother Yu and asked Han Xiongji. My name is Yu Bing. I've long heard of fellow Li's name, so I've come to pay my respects. Yu Bing leaped onto the cliff and looked at Li Qingshan from head to toe. Although he could not sense any aura from Li Qingshan and could not determine his cultivation, he could feel a sense of power from Li Qingshan. It was as heavy as a mountain, giving off an unshakable feeling. He praised Li Qingshan in his heart. To be able to make little junior sister pay so much attention to him, he was indeed extraordinary. Don't listen to his nonsense. This is my senior apprentice brother. Master sent him to escort me. Han Xiongji hugged Li Qingshan's arm and introduced him. Fellow Li Qingshan, as soon as you returned to Qingzhou, you dealt a heavy blow to the Flying Locust King. It's really admirable. However, the Flying Locust King's spies are everywhere, so you have to be careful. Otherwise, I don't want to spoil the fun. Thank you, fellow Yu. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, Xiongji, you've become a disciple. May I know who your master is? The great General King, Yu Yang. He's also senior apprentice brother Yu's biological father. Han Xiongji emphasized the last 4 words. The great General King. Li Qingshan naturally remembered this Qingzhou's #1 militarist. He said to Yu Bing, I didn't expect fellow Yu's family to have such a long history. My apologies for not recognizing you. I'm ashamed. Yu Bing blushed slightly and said to Han Xiongji, junior apprentice sister, you're too merciless with your words. Who asked you to spout nonsense just now? It's already good enough that I didn't beat you up. Han Xiongji said. What's there to be ashamed about? Li Qingshan was a little confused. To have such a good father, one should feel proud. Fellow Li Qingshan is of ordinary birth, but you relied on your own ability to fight against the locust plague. Your name is known throughout Qingzhou. I've been under the shadow of my family for many years. Even though I have a body of cultivation, I still have to use my father's name. How can I not feel ashamed? Li Qingshan had a better impression of this Yu Bing. Before he could say anything, a cheer came from behind. Well said. I, Li Fengyuan, will make a name for myself. I will not rely on my father's name. Little Phoenix walked out of the cave and said in high spirits. Yu Bing suddenly felt a strong aura coming towards him. It seemed to be demonic aura, but it was different. Han Xiongji keenly noticed Li Fengyuan's surname. She asked, your father is? Li Qingshan. Little Phoenix said proudly. Li Qingshan. Han Xiongji's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and said, I've tolerated your nonsense outside. But now you've even brought my son back. Li Qingshan, what do you want? Xiongji, don't misunderstand. He's not my biological son. He's my godson. Godson. Li Qingshan hurriedly explained. The biological one hasn't been born yet. Really? Han Xiongji said doubtfully. Of course it's true. Brat, quickly transform into your original form. Li Qingshan kicked the little phoenix off the cliff. With a phoenix's cry, the phoenix spread its wings and flew around the valley, shining with resplendent light. This is a phoenix? Yu Bing was dumbfounded. You see, how can I give birth to a bird? Who can say for sure? Even if this isn't, there might be more outside. Han Xiongji said. You're thinking too much. If there is, it's with you. Li Qingshan laughed. A woman's intuition was really scary. Yu Bing stared at little phoenix. This wasn't the key to the matter, right? That was a legendary phoenix. Is little and inside? Han Xiongji tilted her head and looked at the cave's stone door. She's cultivating in seclusion. She'll only come out after a while. Why don't we go to the prefecture and revisit the old place? Li Qingshan suggested. It wasn't convenient for others to see the scene of little and cultivating. Come to my house. My master wants to see you. Han Xiongji said. The great General King is in the Clear River Prefecture. Just to see me? Chapter 1005. At noon, below the tall gate in front of the estate of Han. In the past, I fought my way in for a marriage proposal. Li Qingshan smiled. Yeah. Before I knew it, so many years have already passed, said Han Xiongji. Really? I've never heard my junior sister mention that. Fellow, you're so outstanding. Does General Han still have some dissatisfaction? Yu Bing asked. What can I do? The military just likes fighting and killing. You can treat it as a special treatment. Li Qingshan shrugged. Don't you like it? Han Xiongji asked. If I didn't like it, why would I fight my way in? I can't help but fight again right now. This time, I don't need your help. I alone am enough to fight my way to father-in-law Han. Even if you want to fight, there's no one to fight for you. As they said that, the door opened, and Han Tie came out to receive them. Li Qingshan made his way up the stairs and entered the fortress-like estate of Han. Without the sight of soldiers and formations, it actually seemed a little cold and cheerless. He followed the path in his memory and arrived in the inner hall of the estate. Before he had even entered, he heard the unraging monk's furious roar. Damn disciple, you tricked your junior brother into coming back, saying something along the lines of, perhaps I'll be here before you. Just how long has it been? Why don't you get your ass in here? It had to be mentioned that the unraging monk was rather terrifying when he became angry. Yu Bing and Han Xiongji were both taken aback. They looked at Li Qingshan in worry. The person they could not afford to provoke the least in the cultivation community was their master. If they made their master so angry, the disciple would probably suffer. Enough, enough. You're lucky that I've returned. Who knows how many benefits the King of Southern Yu has promised me, insisting that I remain in the King of Yu's estate as an honored guest. If it weren't for your sake, I would be living happily in the Mist Province. Li Qingshan entered the hall without any care. The unraging monk was the same as before, dressed in shabby monk robes and sitting there with his chest bared, staring at him furiously. A dignified old man sat beside the unraging monk. His grayish-white hair was combed meticulously, and his dignified, square face bore some resemblance to Yu Bing. It went without saying that he was the great general, Wang Yueyang. Yu Bing looked at Li Qingshan in shock. Although he was the son of the great general lord, if he dared to disrespect his elders, he would definitely be beaten to death. Even now, it was still the same. The great general lord was somewhat displeased. His pupils constricted slightly as the killing intent of a peak expert of the military school was released. Immediately, there was a powerful pressure. The pressure of the two great cultivators filled the hall like the mountains and the seas. Han Anjuan held his breath. Han Xiongji and Yu Bing couldn't even bow if they wanted to. Li Qingshan's expression didn't change in the slightest. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. Li Qingshan greets Master, Great General Lord, and Father-in-law Han. Not bad. A sliver of surprise flashed through Yueyang's eyes. Even a great cultivator might not be able to remain so composed under his pressure. Of course. Li Qingshan smiled. The King of Southern Yu wants you to remain in the Mist Province? The unraging monk asked. This was a matter of principle. The Green Province and the Mist Province were already at daggers drawn. If it were not for the Demon Plague and Locust Plague, they would have fought to the bitter end already. Master, you've started putting on an act too. Don't you know what the King of Southern Yu's attitude is like? Li Qingshan smiled. It's just some petty tricks to drive a wedge between us. You damned disciple, answer me honestly whatever I ask you. Where's One Will? The unraging monk asked. She's still in secluded cultivation. She'll emerge in the next few days. By then, she'll obviously report to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, said Li Qingshan. That's good. Only then did the unraging monk feel relieved. The news of Li Qingshan purging the Locust Plague had reached the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, but what the dauntless monk cared about the most was little Anne's whereabouts. He heard that she was not with Li Qingshan, so he was afraid something might happen to her. However, after waiting for a while, Li Qingshan had no intentions of reporting to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. The great General King just happened to be visiting the unraging monk, so they came to the Clear River Prefecture together. Master, you sure are biased. So much for being your direct disciple. Li Qingshan shook his head. Who told you not to be a monk? We Buddhists only take care of our own. The unraging monk smiled. He had never worried that Li Qingshan would betray the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, just like how he had never expected Li Qingshan to be loyal to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Just now, he had only flown into a rage to teach him a lesson. Sure enough, he failed to scare him. Master, you seem to have said some impressive truth. What happened to delivering everyone from suffering? Drunken words. Drunken words. Kid, you're a scourge no matter where you go. If you stay in the Mist Province, you'll be a great help to the Green Province. Oh, right, you still owe me a demonic treasure. Li Qingshan suddenly recalled the unraging monk's promise. Is that why you've returned? That's not it. I'm known as the king of savages in the south. What treasures do I lack? Do I really lack something like that? What a king of savages. Then I won't be giving it to you. We've already agreed on it, so how can I not give it to you? Hand it over. Li Qingshan grabbed the unraging monk by the collar. Damn disciple, let go of me. It left the other disciples of the school of the military in a daze. There were not a lot of people in the entire cultivation community who treated each other with such impoliteness. However, they could tell that the master and disciple actually got along very well. Yu Bing secretly glanced at Yu Yang. This was much better than his biological son. Yu Yang glanced at him, and cold light seemed to flash through his eyes. Yu Bing shrunk back and performed a military salute. He said firmly, "Great General King, fortunately, Yu Bing has accomplished his mission. I've delivered my junior sister safely and invited Commander Li over." Yu Yang nodded slightly before coughing gently again. The unraging monk said, "Damned disciple, fellow Yu has something to ask you. You need to answer him honestly." Han Qiongji also shot him a pleading gaze. She was afraid that he would lose his temper and anger her master, which would be troublesome for her. Li Qingshan let go of the unraging monk's collar and said sternly, "Qiongji's master is my senior. Please feel free to ask me anything, Great General King. I will definitely tell you everything I know. Where did you get your Azura field from?" Yu Yang cut right to the chase. The Azura field was not a regular arcane treasure. Refining a single one would take up enough resources and effort. It was equivalent to refining 10 regular arcane treasures, so it held extremely special significance to the school of the military. "The Banyan Tree King gave it to me," Li Qingshan said calmly. "He gave it to you? Why?" Yu Yang was doubtful. Although the Banyan Tree King was known for his gentleness and magnanimity, it was impossible for him to give away a supreme treasure like that so easily no matter how generous he was. "Is there anything strange about friends giving each other gifts?" Li Qingshan said like it was obvious. "You're talking about friends? Did I hear you wrong?" Yu Yang could not help but reveal a strange expression on his solemn, squarish face. What kind of existence was the Banyan Tree King? He was originally one of the 10 demon kings renowned throughout the 9 provinces. Now that he had refined the Mist Province cauldron, he had even become the god of the Mist Province. Even Yu Yang was not confident that he could stand on equal footing with him, yet a measly White Hawk commander was actually bold enough to call himself the Banyan Tree King's friend. Was that not the greatest joke in the world? Chapter 1006. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to ask the Banyan Tree King. It's just an Azura field. Is there a need to make such a fuss? Li Qingshan said helplessly. However, apart from Han Qiongji, everyone present was doubtful. You want me to go to the Mist Province? Yu Yang was already certain that Li Qingshan was lying. It was impossible for them to ask the Banyan Tree King for proof. There's no need for that. Li Qingshan considered it and took out the fruit of wisdom from his summoner ring. He passed it to Han Qiongji and said, "Eat it and give me the seed." "This is..." Han Qiongji was taken aback. She gazed at the glowing fruit in her hand. She could tell with a single glance that it was anything but ordinary. It seemed to contain the endless mysteries of nature, deeply drawing her attention. "This is a banyan fruit. You can treat it as my gift." "I'm sorry for making you wait for so many years," Li Qingshan said sincerely. Before Han Anjuan and Yu Bing could even make sense of the situation, the Great General King and the unraging monk stood up at the same time and said together, "The fruit of wisdom." They could not be blamed for being so surprised. The fruit of wisdom was renowned across the 9 provinces. As a matter of fact, some people even regarded it as the greatest spiritual fruit in the world. Regular spiritual fruits, no matter how powerful their intelligence was, could only be used as resources to save some time on cultivation. The more precious spiritual fruits could increase the aptitude of cultivators, but they were only used to refine the soul and strengthen the body. However, the fruit of wisdom could drastically increase a cultivator's ability to comprehend. Countless cultivators in the world encountered bottlenecks during their cultivation, becoming stuck at various cultivation realms. Most of them did so because their ability to comprehend was insufficient. No matter how many resources they possessed, how powerful their bodies were, or how pure their souls were, it was useless. This was the value of the fruit of wisdom. Even a great cultivator like Yu Weiyang would be interested. No one would complain about their ability to comprehend being too low. Damn disciple, where did you get this fruit of wisdom from? The unraging monk asked in surprise. I stole it, Li Qingshan said. What? The unraging monk was stunned. He felt like his brain was a little lacking. Stealing something from the Banyan Tree King, and it was the fruit of wisdom no less. Probably even the imperial clan of the Dragon Province would not be able to do it. Master, aren't you talking nonsense? Of course, it was given to me by the Banyan Tree King. Li Qingshan shook his head. The unraging monk was speechless. He had learnt from Duoj that Li Qingshan's relationship with the Banyan Tree King was anything but ordinary. There was a branch of the Banyan Tree King on Savage Mountain, but there were plenty of Banyan Tree King branches. Just how many of them could obtain the fruit of wisdom? Yu Weiyang furrowed his brows, and his heart wavered. Was the Sharaba really a gift from the Banyan Tree King? Even his own son isn't so close to him. Yu Bing sighed before receiving another glare from Yu Weiyang. He thought, I didn't think Li Qingshan would actually be so generous. Junior sister really hasn't waited all these years for nothing. So much for acting like a tomboy, but her eye for men really is admirable. Qingshan, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't accept something so precious. You should eat it instead. Han Xiongji returned to her senses and returned the fruit of wisdom to Li Qingshan. Why do we have to keep it to ourselves? And I've already eaten one, so it's useless even if I eat another. Your one is much better than mine. It was condensed by the Banyan Tree King after he became the god of the Mist Province. It contains a fragment of the Mist Province cauldron. He said it has other wondrous uses. Yu Weiyang's eyes narrowed, and he stared at the fruit of wisdom deeply. It was no wonder he felt like it contained the laws of the world. The fruit of wisdom was probably worth even more than the Sharaba field. It was enough to change the trajectory of a cultivator's life. If the person who received the fruit of wisdom were not Han Xiongji, he might even be tempted to take it by force. Han Xiongji did not turn it down anymore. Actually, when she heard that Li Qingshan had swept through the locust plague, she felt both glorious and rather dejected. Originally, she thought she could get a little closer to him after all these years of painstaking cultivation, but after so many years, she discovered that the distance between them was growing larger and larger, almost beyond her reach. It was exactly like Han Anjuan's prophecy in the past. She looked at Li Qingshan and said quietly, with this fruit of wisdom, I can get a little closer to you. Eat it and give the seed to me. I'll get the Banyan Tree King to confront them, Li Qingshan said to Han Xiongji. There's no need. Xiongji, the fruit of wisdom is extraordinarily valuable. Take some time and slowly refine it. Yu Weiyang said. Yes, master, Han Xiongji said. So, the great General Lord is willing to believe me? Li Qingshan smiled. Even if the Banyan Tree King gave you the Sharaba, where did the Banyan Tree King get it from? Yu Weiyang asked. You'll have to ask the Banyan Tree King about that. If you don't want to go to the Mist Province, you'll have to wait for a while. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Didn't he tell you when he gave it to you? Yu Weiyang asked. I think he picked it up from somewhere, Li Qingshan said. Can you show it to me? Yu Weiyang asked. No problem. Li Qingshan took out the Azura field and handed it to Yu Weiyang. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level. Looks like you've put in a lot of effort. Yu Weiyang fiddled with the Azura field. The blood chi that shrouded it exceeded his expectations. He had no idea how many battles it had experienced. Indeed, Li Qingshan had won several crucial battles in the Azura field. You can summon Azura commanders now, right? Can you control them? Yu Weiyang doubted. Azura were much more powerful than regular cultivators. If their cultivations were similar, there was basically no chance of victory. I can, but I've killed them all. I've only left one that's pleasing to the eye. There's no need to control them. Who killed them? How did they kill them? That'll be troublesome to explain. May I ask what exactly you're trying to do, Great General Lord? You might as well just tell me. Li Qingshan had already become rather impatient. Li Qingshan, don't think I've come to harm you, or I wouldn't have specially called your master. Do you know that every Azura field is different? I suspect that the Azura field in your possession originally belonged to Prince Siqing before it was taken away by the North Moon. The North Moon died in the Mist Province, which was why it ended up in the hands of the Banyan Tree King. Back when Prince Siqing came to the Rui Commandery, he caused a very great disturbance in order to refine an Azura field. The Great General Lord knew everything about this. When the Azura field reappeared in the Clear River Prefecture, he immediately suspected this. I'm not sure about that, but so what? Li Qingshan said. Do you know that Prince Siqing has already undergone the third heavenly tribulation and become the third crown prince of Great Xia? The matter of the Azura field will reach his ears very soon. I heard that he has grievances with you in the first place. If he learns that the lost Azura field is in your hands. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.